Welcome everybody to today's stream. Hello. So let's see what we can do today. And I have good news for all somewhat newer players that don't have all the expansions. We have currently an expansion sale happening. Welcome, Linus. Welcome. So let's see what we do here. Apparently, there we go. Welcome. So we have currently expansion sale happening. I'm DPS. No, I wanted to play heal. Have you ever tried to arrange triple trouble on stream? Not yet. I think triple trouble nowadays is not as challenging as it was. I really think so. It's still decent. It's still like not as easy as normal world bosses, but I would say I just randomly joined a map shortly before triple trouble happened. There were commanders there, and it looked like we did it in the first try without any big effort. So maybe I was lucky, maybe it happens nowadays all the time like that, but I would say it's a cool world boss that needs a little bit of more organization, but it's not because of the power creep. You can easily do a lot of damage to it. So I don't know. It's definitely I would say easy to do, but maybe we do it on stream if you have trouble finding it. Maybe we can organize it, but we need a lot of people for that. That's the big thing there. Yeah, I can understand that it probably often fails because of lacking, so to say, organization, but I personally think it's one of the better bosses. Even if you don't have like perfect organization, I think you just need a 1 second. 1 second. There we go. I can play heal. That's what I wanted. You know, I want to play heal. I'm after all like I unlocked my rival last time, and now I finally can play heal. That's all I ever wanted. So yeah, I was saying that I think as soon as you have a map that is full and you have like 50 people on the map and you split it like, or let's say 60 in 3 squads, every 20 people or something, I think you don't need that much organization anymore. You just need 3 squads evenly split, and you have to follow the commander and do the event. I think that's the most important part. If you, of course, have some things that are not perfectly done, that's okay, yeah? But I personally think it's nowadays not as bad, at least in my opinion, yeah. So, give me a second. It's a little bit better. Yeah, definitely you need it for the achievement. Everyone was doing it, and I think as soon as the achievements are somewhat done, then it's getting a little bit more hard to organize again. That is definitely the case. But I think it's definitely with the power creep and the feature creep of all the like, you can use mounts in combat to carry, for example, the kick. You can use a lot of damage to burn, especially the head at the end. It's actually crazy how or somewhat easy the boss has become. In the beginning, it was really like you had to be on Discord to organize it perfectly well. You had a specific guild doing it every single evening, or at least multiple times a week, and you had to be on Discord to actually get it done. Otherwise, it will fail. And nowadays, it's like you can join a random squad and it might still work. But I get your point, yeah. Welcome, Patricia. Welcome. Just wanted to say thanks for the amazing work. That's good to hear. No problem. Always happy to help, and welcome to the game then. Halloween is not today as far as I know. Let me check, but I think it's not there yet. We still have the Fractal Incursion event ongoing. I think the Halloween event is not there yet. We will get it at some point, but not right now. Not right now. I guess I should also equip a shield. Ugh, that was a weird teleporting there, to be honest, of my character, but okay. I think it will happen. I'm not completely sure when the Halloween event will happen, but it's at least a week until it happens, but I think it will be at the end. It will be at the end of the month. Halloween is typically happening in the beginning of November. But interesting. This was one of the weirdest squads organization ever, but okay, I guess we have no quickness now and a lot of alacrity. How do we have it? It's a DPS druid. That's good. A DPS druid. Look at this. Top DPS as DPS druid. That's what we want. That's what we want to see. But yeah, I think Halloween will happen at the end of the month. So we still have a little bit to go until then. And it will be a very, very good event. I think it will start sooner, but it will at least be during Halloween, obviously. And it's one of the best events to farm, to have fun, I would say. I like it a lot, and I will do some guides about it as well, so stay tuned for that. And I will also grind the hell of it on this 0 to Hero account challenge, because it's like really good for that. So I guess I swapped now, but wait, we didn't have any quickness. What is this? That's interesting. We have no alacrity in the first subgroup. Very interesting. I think the commander misorganized something. Can you explain why you prefer kits and not Gyros for Scrapper? So, not generally speaking, yeah? So Gyros can be very good in specific circumstances, where you have, for example, a lot of super speed that you need, where you need a lot of like just utility, then gyros are good. If you want the most amount of damage, then you should only take like 1-2 gyros and a lot of kits, because grenade kit is good, bomb kit is really good for damage, even mortar kit can be really good for damage. So it's really, really important. The commander is really... If I had the commander tech, I would create our own squad, but this is like completely scuffed, to be honest. This is so scuffed. We have like 3 healers in one squad or something, and they all provided alacrity in one party. Can you explain the orbs above the chest in Eye of the North? Of course I can. So this is the chest, and you can open it once a week. You need at least 1 blue prophet shards to open it. You would go for 3, that's the maximum, to get the maximum amount of loot. Those orbs above here, you will get lit by doing this here is the Forged Steel strike mission. That is when you do, for example, Bone Skinner. This is the Cold War strike mission. That's the Shiver Peaks Pass strike mission. And that's the Whisper of Jormek strike mission. If you do all 5 of them, you can open the chest with 3 prophet shards for the maximum amount of reward. You can go down with those orbs until 1 only, then it's obviously the least amount of rewards. You can also decrease that to only 1 blue prophet shard crystal, then it goes also down quite well. It's absolutely insane. But yeah, this is how it works. So you don't need all of the orbs, 1 is enough. You need 1 prophet crystal, that's also enough, but I would recommend at least 4 of those orbs and probably 3 crystals to get the maximum amount of there. And it makes a lot of sense to just do that every single week, get some nice loot on top of that. Of course, Forged Steel can be a little bit annoying, even Cold War, so you can skip that if you don't like it. But I think it's still worth doing for a new account. No problem. So they stay forever, those orbs, until you use them. That is correct. But of course, if you use them, then they go away and you have to do it again next week. Reset of those chests is always on Monday in the morning, at least for EU, and it's, I think, midnight, and the reset is happening at NA. It is very important that you understand that you can do it, so to say, for the week. So you can say, okay, on Sunday, I will do Cold War, even though I did open the chest this week already, and then you can use it for the Monday opening again. But other than that, it stays forever, yeah. It's really good. It's somewhat convoluted system, but if you understood it, I think it's one of the easiest goals that you can do. Just doing the daily strike of Iceblood Saga each week, each day, and you will get the weekly completely done perfectly as well. That's how it works. Of course, the Forged Steel can be added on top, but it's not necessary. It's like 2 gold or something. But thanks, JPA. Thanks a lot for the tier 1. Really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for the support. Hope you enjoy it. So a lot of good stuff comes from those strike missions. You can see I'm grinding here for the blue profit crystals because I want to get my last ascended gear piece, and I need 175 of those. And if I do each day the dailies, and of course also do the Forged Steel once a week, I will get a big chunk of that, and I will probably get it done this week. So I will be full ascended in no time, hopefully. That's the idea here. No Ecto, that's sad. So let's check. I'm so excited for your new adventure career. I hope you are able to make it work for you. I love your content. Yeah, I'm excited as well, and I try my best. You might notice maybe a jump in quality of my video stuff, of my video content on YouTube. I'm really like trying to like put a lot of effort in there. It's really like, I don't know. It's a nice goal of mine to make really high quality, even higher than before quality videos, but it takes more time. You will notice that. And hopefully I can still keep up my schedule and maybe make better videos. That's the idea. So I go Alacrity Heal apparently. That's good, that's good. And let's get some more stuff. And hopefully this time we have all the boons for our party here. It's insane. Last time we had like 4 Alacrity providers or something. Now we hopefully have all covered. Looks good, looks good. Are you trying to make this your full-time job now? Yes, that's the goal right now. Because if you maybe saw the video, I had some unfortunate situation in my real life and had to like adjust my job and my situation in general. And during this time, like I now try to like put a lot of effort in and maybe make it my full-time job. Let's see if that works out. Guild Wars 2 is a nice game and a lot of players play it. But the content creation scene is quite hard to live from. Let's put it like that. I will try my best. And I'm obviously very like grateful if anyone wants to support me. But in general, it's like I try my best. If it doesn't work out, I will look for a different job. But for now, until the expansion comes out, that's my goal, so to say, to provide a lot of expansion content after that as well. And we will see how it turns out. Yeah, it's worth a try at least. So wish me luck, I guess. Wish me luck. But yeah. Today we farm again a lot of stuff on the Zero to Hero account. I really want to try to push the Zero to Hero stuff here to the limit and try to get a lot of unlocks for this account. And I think we are getting quite close to the legendary already. Yeah, thanks. Thanks. Best wishes are obviously always appreciated. I got this? Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. I hope so. I'm having trouble picking a main class to level 80. I've tried them all, but haven't found a good fit yet. I only bought Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire. Any suggestion with class to level 80 first? So you have already like good expansions for the elite specs. Yeah, Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire have really good elite specs in them. I would say if you have no preference at all, then I can give you a tip. As soon as you have a preference, for example, you like scholar classes, you like, I don't know, heavy armor classes, then you should stick with those classes. So if you have a preference, let me know. Other than that, I would say if you have really no idea what's the best class, then I would say going for classes that can be quite flexible and not like Thief or Warrior, which can be somewhat niche in their playstyle. I would say Mesmer, Guardian, and Necromancer can be very flexible. Those would be my top picks. And it does not really matter too much if you have Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire, because both of them cover a lot of ground for those 3 like things, elite specs mentioned. But if you have any preference, let me know and I can adjust this like list and give you a bit more access there. Yeah, Elementalist can be a little bit challenging for a new like player, but I think it's still, if you like the class fantasy a lot, I think it's still worthwhile trying it. I really think so. So yeah, let me know what you like and I hopefully can give you a little bit more detailed answer to that. Yeah. I finally catch a live stream of you. I'm following your CO2 on YouTube. I'm done with day 3 and I'm at 45% map completion. Yeah, that's good. Good job. And you hopefully will get the 100% soon. And don't like think it's like a big grind. Enjoy the ride. And I think it's actually one of the more interesting things. You only do it once on this character. So just enjoy the ride. It's really not too bad. And obviously I'm already done, but you expected, of course. I put a lot of effort and a lot of hours into this account already. So not bad, not bad. You will get there as well in the end. Yeah. But yeah, choosing a class in Guild Wars 2 can be quite daunting, this decision. I definitely get that. I think a lot of new players struggle with this decision a lot. That doesn't mean it's like unforgivable if you do the wrong decision. You can easily swap to a different character. I think the biggest important thing is that you like the class design to some extent. If you in the end turn out to be not the main that you just picked, then you swap to a different class, different character, and you will hopefully get there in not that many hours again. Especially with the Halloween event coming up, you can level to level 80 very, very fast just farming there in this specific Mad King's Labyrinth. That can help a lot. And in general, I would say just enjoy the ride. If you have a class that you enjoy right now, play it, see if it works out for you with the elite specs, and hopefully then in the end you will stick with it. If not, then swap to a different one that might not be too problematic. I'm currently doing it on Necromancer, but I'm really liking characters who can fill all rows more or less. So is it okay for me to do map completion on Necromancer and then use my level 80 boost on my Mesmer and continue? Yeah, that sounds like a very good plan. I would actually suggest something similar to that, yeah. Because it provides you with the flexibility of Mesmer, while also, like, if you enjoy Necromancer, you can stay with it. Because Necromancer nowadays with Scourge and stuff is actually also quite flexible already. So you have two good classes there in my opinion, yeah. Yeah, definitely try out different weapons, different builds while leveling specifically, but even after reaching level 80, I think just try out different classes or different weapons for the class, I mean, and you will have different experiences, and maybe you enjoy Greatsword even though you thought it looks really weird and you would never play it. So I think that's one very important aspect of just learning the class, understanding how it works, because there are so many things that you might actually like enjoy even though you did not know it was like meta or wasn't meta, whatever. So just try everything out, you will find something that works for you, I guess. Welcome Arthur, welcome, howdy howdy. But yeah, so let's switch to for more CC. I'm always scared here if I don't have enough CC for this group, for this thing here. Let's see. I come from ESO and WoW, and I was always healing supporting. So yeah, not sure what that would be in Guild Wars 2, but Mesmer sounds good. Yeah, I think that's the thing that a lot of players that coming from other MMOs or stuff don't really get. In Guild Wars 2, a class is not locked. Every single class that you pick has the ability to heal. Even thieves, yeah, where you can say this is the classic assassin role. Even those players have a perfect like opportunity to play healer. And that, I'm not joking, it's actually one of the best healers right now in PvE. So all classes have the ability to be a support. Some classes like Mesmer even have multiple different sub-specs, so to say, that can fill the support role. But I would say for me personally, I would recommend Mesmer. It's very flexible. Necromancer is really good if you want to support. But there are so many. Every single elite spec, or every single class at least, has at least one elite spec that can very, very well fill the healing and supporting role. So if you like Mesmer, go for it. If you like Necromancer, stick with it. It's also a good choice. So just probably don't pick like classes that you don't like the look of, because that's the most important part, that you like the look of the specific class, because that's what you look at the most time. Thanks a lot, Edengard. Really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Very nice, very nice. Thanks for the support. It's grumbling. The group is grumbling. He supports Spectre. Thief is so fun. Yeah, I agree. It's so sad. I never see it in packs, or very rarely, even though it's so good. It's such a fun spec. It's really good. I like to play it more on my main account, especially when the expansion drops. I really want to play it a bit more because it's really strong right now. It's so fun. It's such a, I think, cool design of like a shadow assassin that heals allies. It's very unique, you know, it's very, very unique. And I don't know, it really vibes with me, this class. Maybe you completely hate that, I can understand that, but I personally think it's amazing. It's really good. The only thing that beats it right now for me is Chronomancer that I'm currently playing. That's why I chose this here on this account, because it's just such a flexible spec, really fun, really strong. And even with full exotic gear, like you can see here mostly, I'm healing this group like without any problems. It's just so good. It's so good. There we go. Nice, we did it. Sadly can't open the last chest here. I don't have the mastery for that, but that's good enough. We got some loot. Sadly nothing good. Okay, sell it. Open some more stuff. We are already at 100 almost. That's good of the blue profit shards. We need 175, I think, for the... Oops. If you close this on accident rather, you can just walk into the strike mission thing here and go to the one that your squad is already in, and you can join the party there. Okay, let's switch back to some more CC, and I guess this one doesn't matter too much. Spectre does sound super interesting. Yeah, I think Spectre is very unique. It's, I would say, not the easiest class to play. It's not like horribly hard, but I think it's not like if you smash your buttons and your keyboards like crazy, you will have good boon uptime, but the healing output I think is a little bit like, it is absolutely there, but you need to know which buttons do that. So I think it's not like face roll and then you will have everything covered, but it's not hard either. I think there are definitely way harder healers like Firebrand, for example. But if you like the design, go for it. I think I will always mention that. Doesn't matter which kind of build you are picking. If you like the design of it and you just stick with it and try to improve, you will get there. That's the important part. Absolutely. Yeah, you should definitely try it, Patricia. I think it's really fun. I can highly recommend it, and you will probably like it a lot. If you are interested in the design, I think it's one of the more unique ones, and that makes it very, very outstanding to me. Can you really dominate people in PvP even though all have the same gear? I mean, I will play a lot of PvP on today's stream, so you can watch and see if I do dominate, if I don't. If I get dominated, you will see. But yes, in Guild Wars 2 PvP, because Guild Wars 2 is a very skillful game, yeah, there's so much to learn about the combat, and the gear itself is not necessarily something that is mattering that much. And yes, the gear is equalized in PvP, but you can outplay opponents. Last stream, I think it was last stream, I won a 1v4. I'm not joking, a 1v4. Of course, those were mostly new players, but if we all have the same gear, that should not matter too much. But yes, you can win that if you just outplay the opponents. Yes, Guild Wars 2 is very, very skill focused, even in PvE, but especially in PvP and competitive modes. So that means that you really, the gear is important, yes, but it doesn't matter in competitive modes where you have equalized gear. Makes sense? So it's the only thing that is like important is the skill, and the skill is enough to make insane differences in how well a match works or how well a player plays. Absolutely. Yeah. Nice. Glad you found it helpful. Don't worry. So if you saw that I got some kind of like sponsorship for PvP website specifically, and don't worry, I will still do PvP guides and stuff. I just like to have a sponsorship for a website that I actually think is very worthwhile doing, and it's called The Guild, so it makes a lot of sense. You can type exclamation mark, I think, The Guild in the chat, but in general, I can recommend it. Just need to farm some hero points. I have a thief already. Yeah, I think if you don't have like all the hero points, you can either go to World vs. World and get them there very easily, or go to End of Dragons if you need it. Or if you have all End of Dragons hero points already, then you have to go to Path of Fire or Heart of Thorns. But other than that, you will get there. I believe in you, Patricia. Welcome, awesome. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much, Scarlet. Maybe I'll go with Guardian or Mesmer. Yeah, those are very good choices, I would say. Very flexible classes, very, very strong in a lot of scenarios, in all game modes actually. So good choices, those two, yeah. What's your opinion on range still being in melee range because of boons? So I think in an ideal world, yeah, let's talk like that. In an ideal world, I think that should not be the case, yeah. A class that is focused on range should be incentivized to also use this range, yes. So the specific fights where you want to be ranged should also favor classes that have a lot of range. But in Guild Wars 2, it's like, it does not really matter, because even if you have a fully ranged build, you will play it in melee because you want to get the boons, you want to get the healing and stuff. And that's mostly in melee range. So I think Guild Wars 2 would have been designed completely different if you would have had that in mind. Nowadays, it's way too late to change that. You have to have different encounter design, different healing design, different boon design. All that stuff cannot be changed anymore. But I would say in an ideal world, if there will ever be a Guild Wars 3 or whatever, a different game, I think in an ideal world there should be value in range classes being at range and still getting the boons, still getting healing and stuff. But in Guild Wars 2, that's just not how it works. So range classes can only deal with mechanics a little bit better, but there is no real big incentives for them to stay at range all the time. And I think that can be a good thing. I personally like to be in melee because that means that I am, so to say, on my like commander and can rotate with them, get all the stuff, but that's only because it's Guild Wars 2, that's like how it works. So I think in general, it should not be the case like that, but now it's too late to change. That's my opinion there. Welcome, Wolf, welcome, welcome. How about the warrior build you promised? Can't wait for it. Coming, I think, I'm not completely sure, maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after that, one of those days, yeah? So don't worry, I promised it and I will deliver. Sorry that you had to wait a bit. It will come probably like in the next 3 days. I can promise you that for 100%. But I have so many videos planned and already am preparing it, so maybe I will shift it around and put it out a little bit earlier if you can't wait, but I think it's in one of the next 3 days. I can guarantee you that, yeah. I used to die all the time, but now I'm a bit better. I just got all Heart of Thorns hero points as solo, except 1 up using Firebrand. That's really good, yeah. Heart of Thorns hero points are one of the hardest things in the game to solo as an open world player. So if you did all of that, good job, then you will probably like have no problems getting all the other stuff. Absolutely. Very, very good that you did that. Okay. So even more Ectos. Very nice, very nice. And we need 200 spirit shards. 22 more to go, and then we can almost craft the legendary. That's very good. No problem. Always happy to help. If you have any questions, sure, let me know. I'm always happy to debate some stuff on stream as well. And of course off stream as well. Just ask me in Discord and we will probably have some fun together. What are the best weapons on Mesmer? Depends on what kind of build you're playing. If you're playing healer, of course it's the rifle. It's by far the best weapon for healing. It's like, I can stick on this weapon and I will have enough. I don't need to weapon swap ever. It's just so good. If you play a DPS build, a power DPS build specifically, Spear is the best weapon. And if you have like a Condi DPS build, then it gets a little bit more challenging. It can be Staff, it can be a Scepter, can be an Axe. It's depending a little bit on what kind of class and what kind of mechanics you're playing, what kind of elite spec rather. So I would say Mesmer is quite flexible. I have a full video on YouTube where I analyze all the weapons of Mesmer and when they are good, when they are bad, and how they work in general. You can check that one out. But in general, I would say Mesmer weapons are actually quite well balanced. You have the dagger, you have the offhand sword, you have a great sword, you have the spear. All of those are really good power weapons. And even this main hand sword can be a good power weapon. Other than that, I would say for support, it's typically shield and it's rifle. And for Condi, it's axe, it's torch, it's staff, and what's the last one? Scepter. So those would, Mesmer has so many weapons that are all useful in specific circumstances. But I would say the best outstanding ones are probably the rifle for healing and the spear if you have access to it for power builds. Yeah, I would say so. But like I said, if you are playing and starting out on a spec, you should try all of them and see how you like them. Maybe you like them a lot and you should look for a build that uses specifically this weapon. Or if you don't like it at all, that's also telling you something and you can, for example, never play a build that uses this weapon. I think this is something that is very important, that you just try it out. Maybe you have something that you enjoy a lot. Yeah. I'm noticing that you do not have as much effect clutter as I do. Did you disable them in the options for other players? Yes, I have 2 things on. That's the most important one that I have on is effect LOD. I hope you have that on as well. In PvE, that's very important. That just makes your attacks or the attacks of your allies way less like flashy. So for example, if I put down my attack here, this might not be visible to an ally if they have this ticked. And other than that, I have some like environment and zone density set down to the minimum. I have no bloom on, stuff like that. But those are my settings. Not too special though, not too special. And I also have, where is it? Somewhere here, I think. Yeah, hide ally visual effects. I have hide all. So I will not see any infusions or something. It's completely hidden. That's what probably is the thing that you wanted to know. I don't like that because I'm streaming. I don't want to get like people to get flashbanged. So I really like to make sure that everything is like somewhat nicely and not too bright. Yeah. I meant Verdant Drink, not Whole Heart of Thorns. Ah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I mean, still good job there. You will probably have some interesting fights coming ahead with Tangled Depths and Auric Basin, but have fun, you know, you will get there. And if you can't get it solo, just ask for someone in map chat and they will help you. Don't worry, don't worry. What would you recommend for a new player as an all-round class, PvE, PvP-wise, Ranger, Untamed, or Necromancer, Reaper? Currently, I would actually recommend Untamed. I think if you play all game modes, Untamed is currently slightly better than Reaper, I would say. Because Untamed is absolute meta in PvP. It is really strong as a solo build in PvE, and it's really good as a DPS build in PvE, and it can even be played in a world versus world scenario as well. So it covers all the different different things that you want to cover as an all-around build, while also being top tier in all of them almost. It's really good. So if you like Ranger, I would go for that. If you like Necromancer, go for Necromancer. But I would say if you want to have the power level right now, probably Untamed is slightly better, slightly better. Are we going to need another 250 points for the new specs? That's a very good question. So we know there will be 2 new expansion maps with the expansion release, yeah? But Heart of Thorns maps, for example, had in each map like 11 hero points. So if you had only 2 maps that have like between 7 to 11 hero points, that would not be enough to unlock the elite spec fully with 250 hero points. So now is the question, do we get more hero points on those maps? Do we get a different unlock way? Or will they just say, nah, you cannot get all the hero points on this map. You have to get some Heart of Thorns map completion or like some other map completion like core game as well. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Either way, we will see. And we have like a little bit of more like 4 weeks or something. Yeah, exactly 4 weeks until the expansion drops. So we will have to see what ANET decides. But I would say there is probably a different way to unlock it. That would be my guess. I think they will probably do some kind of collection. That would be my educated guess at this point. But I have no like proof of that. Yeah. So we will see. We will have to see if that's what they are going for. Thanks, Kazul, for the Prime. Really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for the support. Very good. So we are almost done here, and then we have one more strike mission to go, and then we can do and see what we want to do today later after that. I wanted to do some PvP because if you don't know, in PvP you can get Mystic Clovers very easily. If I complete this hero or this reward track, I get 7 Mystic Clovers, which is really strong. That's like 9% of the full legendary Mystic Clovers that I need. So really, really good. Maybe we can actually get that today. We will see if we can get the legendary today, but will be interesting, very interesting. Have a question. Thinking to play free version of the game, but for future readiness, Mesmer, what race, build, Power Virtuoso in the Power or Untamed for newbie game? Love your effort in videos. Don't worry, don't worry. So the thing is, if you have the base game, you have some, I would say, restrictions to some extent. That is for sure. So for example, you cannot use the trading post, but you can still enjoy the game. And I would say if you are at some point willing to buy the expansions, I would personally say go for the class that you enjoy. Like I said, Mesmer is extremely strong, very flexible. Untamed or Ranger in general is very, very strong as well. I would say from a flexibility standpoint, Mesmer is more flexible. But if you want to play DPS only, I think Ranger might be a better choice there. Either way, I think you can easily start out with the Mesmer or Ranger and will have a fun time until you get the expansion. I think Mesmer is a little bit less fun without any expansions than Ranger. But either way, you can easily get to level 80 and level your character after that. You don't need to have the expansions. It's not... Of course, you will at some point want to have them, but until then, you can easily play on the core classes. Yeah, glad to help, glad to help. More SPVP videos coming up very, very soon. How much gold have you collected so far in your journey? So I spent also like quite a bit on the Ascended gear or stuff like that. So I would say you can check my inventory. I have currently 233 gold. I have a lot of value in my material storage. So I would say if you sum it up, I have probably like collected specific gold, like probably around 500 or something. But the legendary is almost ready and I need no gold to spend for that one. So I could sell it and then I will get 1.5k gold. So I have a lot of account bound stuff lying around already. So I would say my account is actually quite skyrocketed in that regard. Okay, next up is you can log out and log in to get out of the instance as well. And then I can go to, I think the next one is Wizard's Tower. Where is it? Where is it? There. But I would say around 500 gold I collected during this, I would say. Around 500. How much gold do you have on your main account? Or how much gold is considered a lot in Guild Wars 2? So, I mean, it depends who you ask. You know, if you ask the casual player, so someone that plays like a couple of hours each week, then 1,000 gold might be a lot. Yeah. I have on my main account, I have like in the inventory, like in the wallet directly, I have like 8.5k gold or something. So like, I would say like 4 legendaries worth or something, yeah? And if you sum up all my value on my main account, yeah, there is a website that calculates every single item that you have unlocked on your account and gives it a gold value, how much it would like cost to craft the specific item, get that skin. And if you sum all of that up, on my main account, I have almost exactly 1 million account value. So I would say that is for most people considered a lot. I'm almost exactly in the top 100 to top 200 of the highest valued accounts. There are still people that have like double the amount of account value. So there are some really rich people in the game, but it's very, very minor fraction. So I would say 99% of the people have less money than I do on my main account, but there are some very more rich people there as well. Just as in the real world, I would say. End goal is to make Sirma poor in gold and rich in subscribers. That's it, final one, that's it. No, I'm obviously, I don't want to be the guy that only does giveaways or something, but of course, if I reach some kind of milestones like I just did on my YouTube channel, then I will do a giveaway, and the bigger the milestone, the bigger the giveaway. That's my idea. But in general, I just like to play the game, and I played it somewhat a lot, and that's why I have a lot of gold, and I like to play efficient. You might notice this during my stream, but also, of course, during my YouTube videos. I like to be an efficient player, and that means in the end that typically I get gold more like efficiently, faster than the average player, because I always try to optimize my time. That's more like the reason why I have so much gold there. So for this one, I rather take a little bit more CC. I never trust here the party to have enough CC. And let's see. But yeah, if you have any questions, any comments, any feedbacks, just let me know. I'm always happy to answer, to debate, whatever you have. And if I missed any questions, yeah, that's not any bad mannering or something, just ask again. I might just have forgotten it. I might have like skipped it, it went too fast in the chat, whatever. Let me know, I will come back to you as well. Is Spellbreaker good in World vs. World? Oh yes, Spellbreaker is very good in like Zerg play, so if you have like big fights, Spellbreaker is a good pick. For roaming, I would say it's a decent pick. It's not like the absolute meta pick, but it is very solid as a like 101 build. It's decent if you fight against like somewhat newer players. As soon as you fight a very veteran, experienced player, then Spellbreaker in roaming falls off a bit. But I would say it's a decent pick in roaming, and it's a very strong pick in Zergs. So that's my summary there. Guild Wars 2 efficiency says my account value is greater than 92% and I'm at 165k gold. Yeah, that's a lot of gold that you have there as account value. You can see 92% at least on the people registered for efficiency. So probably the amount of players in the game is probably even higher than the number that you have on efficiency, or it's almost guaranteed like that. And that means that you will probably be like around like probably 95% or even more than that in terms of like how rich you are. But it does not really matter for you. You know, you could be like in the top 10, you could be like in the top 50. It doesn't matter. If you are happy with your progress on your account, that's all that matters. That's really the only thing. Exactly. Casual players are probably, or at least the very, very casual players are not using efficiency. So your account value is probably, or your percentage is probably way higher or way lower, however you will call it. Yeah. What's the difference between cheap and expensive fractal ascended gear? So there is no difference between a different amount of like how is it called, fractal currency that you spend on a specific gear item. But some of the gear items are, for example, like coats or like leggings. Those items have higher stats they provide. Yeah. So the amount of stats they provide is more than, for example, the boots or the gloves or the helmet. So the higher the stats the item provides, the more it costs currency. That goes for all currencies, not only for fractal currency, but for all currency. So because of that, they're more expensive, not because of like different stats. Hope that makes sense. Welcome, JBX. Welcome, welcome. Does the meta shift a lot? No, don't worry. The meta typically in Guild Wars 2, I really want to stress that. I do a lot of tier lists, I do a lot of stuff on my YouTube account especially, where I talk about the meta, yeah, when I want to tell you the best new build and stuff like that. But even if a build got nerfed, typically in Guild Wars 2, if a build gets nerfed, it gets nerfed by around like, in PvE specifically, around like 5%. So that means that you will still be able to perfectly fine play this build. So even if you really enjoy it and it gets nerfed a bit, don't worry, you can still play it. And I think that's very, very important to understand. So if you want to go for the Legendary Longbow, then don't worry, the meta will shift maybe, but you will still be able to play Longbow, especially with Gale Shot coming up, which definitely will use the Longbow as well. So there are a lot of things that you should, like, if you enjoy a specific build, if you enjoy a specific class, and you don't care about the last percent to actually reach the highest damage number just by 1% off, then you can easily play the same build that you now use. That's one of the golden rules in Guild Wars 2. Yeah. Welcome, Sync. Welcome, welcome. What are the DPS, boon DPS builds with the most CC and utility for harder content? I would say Chronomancer is very good in the CC output. I would say Scourge has a lot of CC output for boon DPS. Those would be my top choices for boon DPS specifically. For DPS, I would say Spellbreaker is amazing for okay, we want to go there, I guess, yeah. What else do we have that has a lot of CC? A lot of classes can slot in CC if you really need it, but Spellbreaker, Chronomancer, Scourge, they have it actually built in, I would say. You can go for, even on like power or any virtuoso build, you can actually do a lot of CC if you really wanted to with the Signet of Humility, because it's core Mesmer. Why are we going for this one? Okay, I don't know what they are doing, but it's fine. But yeah, I would say maybe someone in chat has another one that is really good in CC. Ranger can have a lot of CC if you play maces, for example, but I would say all classes can do that to some extent. Almost no one actually hits the meta numbers. I certainly don't. Yeah, that's fair. Absolutely. So far as I can tell, you are doing strike missions right now. What's the benefit? You can do them each day and you will get gold for completing them, especially the Icebrood Saga strike missions. And I will get some blue profit shards, which I can use to purchase more Ascended gear. So I'm here on my Zero to Hero account, so I don't have full Ascended gear yet. So for me, it's very worthwhile to do those things that give me access to Ascended gear, because otherwise I would have to craft it, which is quite expensive to craft. So I really want to save as much money as possible and want to go for the stuff that I can just do on my exotic gear, which is almost anything in the game. And that's why I'm going here for full, or at least somewhat all the daily strike missions that you can do and get some new profit shots. That's why you don't go for the specific setup, because with this we have now really big puddles here. That's why we don't want to go for that really. But okay, apparently my party knows better. So now we have the big puddles and we have to avoid them. We only have 20% more, so that's okay, I hope, but not ideal for sure. Yeah, exactly. So strike missions, I really like to play them. It's really fun to do. As I would say, very beginner friendly. You can easily join, especially if you're playing DPS. It's really like just join, maybe just look a guide up for the boss, but it really does not really matter. They are so easy. You can just play all the classes, all the builds that you want to try out, and you will have some fun there. I personally like it a lot, and I do it almost every day, even on my main account. Of course, when I'm streaming here, not on my main account, but in general, I like it a lot. And I can just recommend doing it if you like instance content, because it's really good gold that you can get. Even on a veteran account, the profit shards can be converted to gold, so you get some gold there as well. And I like it, it's fun. It's a fun thing to do. There we go, we did it. And also got like an achievement for that, apparently. If you GG here on the whole squad GGs, we actually get more profit shards Come on, one more. Nope, doesn't work. If everyone GG's, we get 3 more blue profit shots. There we go. You see? Very nice. We did it. I think we are done. Did I miss something? No, looks good. Looks good. I made full Viper's gear from my open world Necromancer. What's the best class choice with that gear for fractals and strikes? So if you have full Viper gear, I would say Reaper is really good or Scourge is really good. Those two are amazing with full Viper's gear. I would say Scourge is even better than Reaper because the meta build uses full Viper. But if you have full Celestial gear, you can even use the Viper gear on a Condi Tempest, for example. That's also very good. Or Condi Weaver. So really good thing to cover there. And Harvest Temple we don't want to do. Let's do some fractals. Oh my god, they're going for the big ones. No, we don't want to do that. What are the daily fractals? Deepstone, Mitrin. Yeah, those we can do. Those we can do. Now that you are going full time, are you going to do anything on NA servers during NA prime time? Selfish, I want to pack with you. So I will try to get this done. Probably during the expansion, when there's a lot of hype going and stuff. Because right now I'm trying to get the 0 to Hero challenge going. I hope that makes sense. That's my big goal. So I really want to put effort in the streaming time doing this like specific thing, yeah? But when it's like the expansion is there or I'm done with my 0 to Hero challenge, then I might continue to play on my main account, of course. And then I might do this with an A, yeah. And I think, I'm not sure if I will reach like the West Coast prime time because that's for me 9 hours difference. So that means the prime time is like for me almost early in the morning again. Like it's crazy. So I'm not sure if that's like doable, if I can do that without like completely destroying my sleep schedule. But at least in the like early evening hours for the West and maybe the normal prime time hours for the East Coast, I think that is doable, yeah. So we will see. It's my goal to have content for my NA dear friends on NA as well. Yes. So for Condition Necromancer, you would use Scepter or Pistol, or Scepter and Pistol. If you play Condition Tempest, you would use Scepter, and if you're using Condition Weaver, you would go for Pistol or Scepter. Come on, give me some more equity. I can teleport up here and can do this, very nice. And I can teleport up here and can do this, very nice. Let's just mess my nutshell. Look at this, very nice. Yes, I'm trying to go full time right now. I had some changes in my personal life. I had to change job, and that means that currently I'm like having some downtime between my jobs, and I'm trying to go for at least next 2 months. Try to go full time, and that's my big goal. Maybe it works. Hopefully it works. I can't guarantee though, so I will keep my options open. Yes, that's the idea. I just know Mukluk switches from a EU to NA pretty frequently. Yeah, I think that's my big dream is like, or like not my dream, but I know NA players have way easier time to do that because they can switch around very, very frequently, because for them, the EU prime time is for them in the early like afternoon or something. But for me, it's like in the middle of the night, the NA prime time. So it's a little bit annoying. It's more annoying for me to switch to NA than for an NA player to switch to EU. Hope that makes sense. Doesn't mean I will not do it, don't worry. It just means I have to plan around a little bit more than just like saying, okay, tonight I can switch around. That doesn't work that well if I do it like that. Does it matter on what server you make your character? Can you jump servers for free? So in Guild Wars 2, there are only 2 servers. There is either NA or there is EU servers. You can select the region in the beginning when you create your character. All other servers are completely irrelevant. So if you create your character on NA, you can only play on NA with this account. If you create your first character on EU, you can only play on EU. The only exception are ArenaNet partners, like I am. I can switch freely on my main account between NA and EU. That's the only difference. Thanks a lot, Ray. Really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. And thanks a lot, Shane. Really appreciate it as well. Thanks a lot for your support. Really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. But yeah, I would say for most players, you go to the region that you have the best ping. So if you're playing in EU, or if you are from EU or anything close to that, you should probably go for EU servers. And if you're going for like, let's say anything in America, North or South America, doesn't matter, you go for the American servers. And if you are Australian or even like some kind of Asian country, then you are in somewhat bad luck, because then you don't have a really good data center that you can join. So the best option would be maybe try out EU. And if it doesn't work, you can spend some gems to switch the region as well. But that's obviously not something that I would recommend, because if you already know that you get the best ping or the best connection to a specific server from NA or from EU, then I would join to this, because both of those worlds or server regions, whatever, are completely fine. There is the amount of players is almost exactly the same. So it's not like you have only the hardcore players on EU. That's definitely not the case. So that's my tip there. Would you say Mesmer or Elementalist is better at Boon DPS? Struggling to decide to switch as a main, but Boon DPS is my favorite role. Both of them are so good. So Quickness Catalyst, in my opinion, really, really good. A lot of damage, really like nice, like burst potential. I think Chronomancer has less damage, but more flexibility. So it depends a bit what you want to do. But I personally like to recommend Mesmer a bit more, because the flexibility typically carries the party a little bit harder, because you're after all the support. But in general, I would say for me, both work completely fine. I would probably say Tempest is a little bit weaker as a Boon DPS, because it's a little bit slower ramp up, it's more Condi focused. But Catalyst and Chronomancer are very, very good Boon DPS, and I would say those are almost equal. I think Chronomancer I recommend a little bit more, because it's more flexible. That's the big tip there. But it does not matter too much. It does not. Yeah, I'm obviously, I agree. I agree. I am somewhat biased towards Mesmer, but my main on my main account before I swapped to Mesmer was Elementalist. I'm not joking. That was my main character for years, and I still like to play it. And especially with the Evoker coming up, I might actually switch back to it. I don't have any main in that regard, but Mesmer is just such a really a big powerhouse right now. So it's like, yes, I might be biased, but if you ask any multi-class player in PvE specifically, you will always hear that Mesmer is a good choice. So yes, I might be biased, I agree, but I think it's also important to note that a lot of players would agree, even if they are not Mesmer mains. So I hope that makes sense for you there as well. So let's clean up the inventory a bit. I have a lot of junk lying around. And let's check how much spirit shards we have. Still 22 to go. That's too bad. We still need to grind a lot. Let's do some dailies, I guess. What would you consider a good ping for PvP? So I would say, of course, the lower the better. If you have a ping that is like below 20, you are perfect. Yeah? 20 or 25, below 25 is perfect. If you want to go for like anything that works, I think anything below 100 is okay. If you go above 100 up to 200, it can work. But if you're above 200 consistently, that is somewhat the limit, I would say. Over 200, I think it's not enjoyable anymore. Below, it works. Below 100, I think you're good. Below 20 or around 20, that's perfect. That's my thing there, yeah. Exactly, no populations problems in EU or NA. Welcome Likely, welcome Filthy. Nice. You could make it. Very good. I really, really want to love any other class, but I just can't switch from Mesmer. I love it so much. Yeah, it's a good class. It's a good one. It's a good one. So Deepstone, my Trin, and then I think the last one is horrible. What was it? Was a really long one. Oh my god, Silent Surf. Oh, that's painful. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Do you reckon there are more Mesmer or Elementalist players out there? I think Elementalist is slightly more common. I don't know. Might have changed in the past few years, to be honest. In the beginning, it was definitely Mesmer was not as common as Elementalist was. But nowadays, with how good Mesmer is, I think Mesmer and Elementalist are somewhat close, to be honest. I just downloaded Guild Wars 2 and consider taking your advice for going Ranger Untamed. Races make a difference. So races is in Guild Wars 2 to like 100% cosmetic. Yes, there are skills in the game, racial skills, so specific human related skills or specific like char, so the furry cats related skills, but they are like in 99.9% the cases either not usable at all, or if they are usable, they are straight up worse. So there is not a single thing why you would pick a Char over a Norn or a human. So the races in Guild Wars 2 do not matter at all. Choose the one that you like the look of, and be aware of that. If you want to switch different races, you have to create a new character after that in Guild Wars 2. So it's not like if you played Final Fantasy, for example, Final Fantasy 14, there you can buy I think it's called Fantasia pod or something like that. There you can switch then the races even. In Guild Wars 2, that's not possible. So if you, for example, say, I'm going for human, and then you see another cool race that someone else plays, you have to create a new character. But other than that, races are completely do not matter. Yes. Tell me how to defeat Virtuoso in World vs. World, because it's starting to piss me off. So if you play against a good Virtuoso, I think the biggest tip, or there are 2 tips that I can give you. The first one is you should try to line of sight. So if the root green here is the target, I cannot go line of sight because nothing in this arena is actually providing them from shooting their blades at me. Yeah, because there is nothing that I can go between them and me to avoid the damage. If you can do that in competitive modes though, you will avoid a lot of their damage. You will see that in a second when I move behind a wall, for example, because a lot of attacks will not hit straight up. They don't have any vision to you, they cannot use their blades, or if they do and you walk behind the wall, they cannot hit you. So if this boss is the Virtuoso and I stand here, they cannot hit me. But I might be able to hit them, or I cast a skill and go back behind the wall. It's a very basic tip, but it works a lot. And then we have another one that's even more important in my opinion, that only really try-hard players do against Virtuoso specifically, is if the boss here is the Virtuoso. Yeah. And I'm a melee build, because then you can't go that much line of sight. So if you're a melee build, then I would go, if the boss is really the Virtuoso, then I would always try to move through the boss. Move through the boss, through the Virtuoso in melee range. Why would I do that? Because Virtuosos, especially their attacks regarding the blade songs, they are casted when they have vision to the target. But if the target is moving behind them, they lose their vision. They will not be able to cast their shatters. They will not be able to deal damage. So that's the biggest tip that I can give you. Always move through the Mesmer when you're melee. Always make that. And they have a lot of problems. It's really annoying to fight. Even the instant cast stuff like mantras cannot be cast then because it's behind you. It's really, really annoying. I think Mesmer probably gained most players ever since EOD. Yeah, I agree. Virtuoso is a lot of people liked it a lot, and ever since EOD came out, not only Virtuoso was a really strong class, but even Chronomancer got buffed and all that stuff. So I think Mesmer probably gained the most amount of players' attention for sure. Yeah, welcome to the community. Good point. And if you have any questions, just let me know. I'm always happy to expand, hopefully, your knowledge. I'm good, Jaska. I'm good. Hopefully doing fine as well. But yeah, having a nice day so far. A lot of work to do though. A lot of work. And I'm excited for the expansion. I'm very excited for the expansion. I think the expansion might be one of the biggest hypes of the last few years, to be honest, because this one with the new elite specs, that is the one that I'm looking the most forward to, and I hope a lot of players are as well, because having an expansion with new elite specs means not only more content, but also the old content gets more interesting because I can play the same content that I did 100, 1000 times. I can still do it again because I have the option to play a different class or a different elite spec. And I like a lot of the new ones, hopefully all of them when they come out. And there are so many different builds to try. So I'm very excited for that. Very excited. So the Sliminator coming, yes, yeah, Amalgam will be very strong, definitely. I'm not sure how strong it will be, but it will be quite strong for sure. There we go. We did get the double. We did get the double temporal curtain. That's such a good one if you can get that done. Nice. A lot of nice pulls, so we can kill them way faster. Which fractal level are we? Fractal level 36. So we can get some more fractal levels out of today's run. But at some point we have to do the really annoying ones. That's the sad part. to increase your fractal level, you have to always go at least the same level or higher level than the fractal that you are currently on. Welcome, Almighty. Welcome, welcome. I'm good. I'm good. Hopefully everyone here is good as well. But yeah, looking good so far. And if you don't know, we currently have an expansion sale going on. So if you don't have all the expansions, now it's a really, really good time to actually get the expansions because they are really cheap right now. Like really cheap. Even Chantier Wilds is now on sale. So you can get all of them for very, very cheap. And of course, you can use my referral link. Link is in the description down below. Or if you're on Twitch, you can even type !buy and you will get the link there to support me for no additional cost. And hopefully you can buy all the expansions because they are amazing. I can tell you that. And sadly, the new one, Divisions of Eternity expansion, is not on sale yet. Makes sense. It's after all not out already. So would be weird to make something on sale that is not even out yet. But it will probably go on sale at some point as well. But yeah, really good time to get invested into Guild Wars 2. I really want to play Power Daredevil, Dagger everywhere, but I'm dying too much. Any tips to become strong and survivable? So the thing is, Power Daredevil is always somewhat squishy. It's not a bad class at all. It has a lot of damage potential, but it's always somewhat squishy. So if you're playing alone, typically going for a build that is more tanky, like a Celestial version for the Dagger build, is definitely, like, I would say, superior for surviving. But if you're playing with a group, then maybe just get a better supporter, you know? Flame your healer. If you're dying, flame your healer. But of course, if you... No, I'm joking. That was a meme, of course. Never flame anyone. That's not the way to do it. But in my opinion, it's like if you're playing a squishy DPS build like Elementalist or Daredevil or something like that, then either try to get more tanky gear and play a build that uses that gear, or go with a group and try to have a good supporter. There are no better option than that. Of course, learning the fights can help a lot because then you can survive by dodging attacks and stuff like that, but that doesn't help you when I can say, yeah, just get good. That doesn't help you. So I think either get a group and play with a good supporter, or get a solo build or something like that. Yeah. What's your role in these dungeons? Heal and buff? Exactly. So I'm playing the healer here, and I provide a lot of boons. You can see these white things here. Those are called boons. They are some like temporary buffs, and they are not really temporary in Guild Wars 2 anymore. At this time of the game, they are like almost permanent, and I just provide a lot of them. And at the same time, I'm also providing a lot of heals. So I'm playing the healer that provides also all the boons and all the buffs that they need. Almost all of them. Yeah. Time to make a third account, I guess? Exactly. Blame the healer. Nah, it was obviously a joke, likely. It's just a meme in, I would say, MMOs in general. You know, if you die as a DPS player, it's always the healer's fault. It's never your own fault. So that's why I said it. But of course, I want to mention and make this clear here. Of course, playing a class is something that will improve over time. And if you die, you should just at the first time look at your own stuff that you're doing and not flame someone else. I think flaming in the game never provides anyone with value. So it's really important to just try and improve your own gameplay. If I wanted to play exactly your build, what should I search on your YouTube, Google? So Eden, there are two ways to do that. First of all, you could type !builds in the Twitch chat, and then you get a spreadsheet. And in the spreadsheet, there are all my builds and all my content that I have on YouTube with all the like comments, if it's still up to date and stuff like that. And there is a video for Chronomancer, Heal Chronomancer. But of course, because I'm a nice guy and I have time here right now, I can also give you the link for that. Give me a second. And then I can send you the link as well. But in general, I always have this in my list. Every new build goes into the list, if I don't forget. And you should be able to get all the good stuff. Let me check. Here we go. This is the link. Maybe I should not die here, but okay. It's fine. It's fine. That's the link. That's the link. Yeah, never read chat too long if you are like not sure if you can make it. But yeah, let's do this fast. I can do this one here very easily. Let's put that down and then get some. So normally you would have to do it like the normal way and walk through the things here, but I don't care. I'm a healer. I can get through this stuff without any big problems. There we go. You made it. Very good. But yeah, that's the thing. No, I'm not toxic. I really want to stress that I'm not a toxic player at all. Even if I'm losing like crazy in PvP, I always try to be positive. And if I'm not positive, I'm always thinking about my own mistakes. I'm never thinking about stuff that someone else did wrong and try to only say this is the reason that we lost. That doesn't help anybody. I want to get better at my own game. I don't care if someone else like misplayed. That doesn't help me. That's my idea how I play this. Okay. So I should try to get a different armor. Got it. Yeah, exactly. That's what I would go for. Okay, what is my team doing? Apparently the other thing here. Let's go there then. Higher DPS. Exactly. Do you still work in science or did you drop to do full content creation? So for now, I'm actually doing full content creation, Filthy. It's actually I hope I can make my dream come true to an extent to make this full time. But for now, I'm trying my best until the expansion comes out, and 1 month after. This is my goal for now. Yes. Escapist Fortitude is your main source of healing. It comes down to timing your dodges. You can then steal or generate more endurance for more dodges and stuff. Yeah, exactly. There are a lot of things that you can make work if you know what you're doing. But of course, for someone that actually dies a lot, that can be quite challenging to understand. But yeah, Thief has a lot of options to make it more survivable. Can I switch my legendary armor light to heavy? No, you cannot do that. As soon as you like played only like, or if you got the legendary light armor, that means that you will not be able to get the heavy one by swapping like stats as you can do that. You can get, of course, the full heavy set, but it costs you again all the gold. So that's the long-term grind of Guild Wars 2 in that regard, yes. Thanks, Alka, for answering. I'm a new player. Should I buy Omni Potion or send a chest from the Wizard's World? So the short answer is buy both. But of course, if you only have enough Astral Acclaim for one of them, I would say probably the best bet is if you play Fractals, if you plan on playing them, the best bet is to go for the Omni Potion. But I would say the Ascended Gear is very high on value as well. So in my opinion, really try to get both. It's the first two things I got on this account as well because they're so good. So try to not skip it. I really emphasize that. Yeah, welcome, Alka, welcome. 24 hours or Sabaton stream when the next expansion drops? Maybe, yeah, if I can make it work, likely, maybe. But for me, you know, it's a really annoying time when the expansion drops. It's in the evening of my like sleep schedule, which means that I have to like it's in the evening of my sleep schedule, which means that I have to completely shift my sleep schedule to be like just awoken and then start the stream to do a 24-hour stream. So I'm not sure if maybe 12 hours. Let's not go too high with the numbers. You know, I don't want to like completely destroy my sleep schedule or my health. You know, that's probably not worth it. But at some point we will do that. Don't worry. So assuming I'm gonna play a Mesmer, can I craft specific legendary that works for healing and DPS and even on other classes and even PvP maybe? So PvP has no gear requirements. So in PvP we can just play all the classes with the perfect gear. So that is the first part. So PvP is very new player friendly in that regard. And you can use legendaries in general. You can easily swap the gear in legendaries by just playing the class that you want to play and swap the gear. Like I can show it actually on this account. Yes, I can show it. I have one legendary on this account. I can show you how it works. So if I equip, I have currently this equipped. Yeah, it has this specific stats. Let's go here. It's a little bit better. I equip my legendary and I can now customize it and can select any gear stat in the game. So I can just select it, and whenever I'm out of combat, I can swap the stats. So you can easily use it on a healer or a DPS build. That's the cool part. But if you are, of course, talking about, for example, like you want to play a support with a rifle and you want to play a DPS with a spear, then you need two different weapons for that. That's the difference. But I would say Mesmer is a good choice because like most of the Mesmers that healing, or all of the Mesmers use a rifle, and all of the power Mesmers use a spear, and all of the Condi Mesmers use a staff typically. So that there are three weapons that are depending on the Condi, on the build that you're using, but yeah. Welcome, Sukasa. I'm good. How are you doing today? I don't think the Omni Potion is coming back. I agree. And that's why it's so important. It's really important. Get it now or it will be very expensive. You need 20,000 fractal relics. I got on this journey, I played a lot of fractals or somewhat a lot of fractals. I got 500. So that's like I don't know. It's like 5%, 4% of how many I needed to get for the fractal potion. So it's not a lot. And I played on this account like probably fractals for 20 hours or something already. So really, really good. Get this Omni Potion. It's almost for free. Really good item. Get it. Glad my videos helped, Ace. Glad my videos helped. Best legendary weapon for Mesmer that can play support, Chronomancer in World vs. World, and damage, power, and condition virtue in PvE, then that's Dort. That is true. If you want to have only a specific weapon that you cannot play or that you will get and you play that on every single class, every single Mesmer elite spec, every single build, yes, Sword is a very good option for that, but it's never, except for World vs. World, I would say, the best weapon. So it's like, it's a really good one, it's a very flexible one, but it's not always the best choice. So I would say you limit yourself, of course, by saying I want to play it in every single different elite spec and every single different spell, but Sword is a very solid choice for that. And I think Sword will probably get some buffs in the future. I really expect it, to be honest. So I will like say here, like a little bit boldly, that I think Sword is a good investment. I have no proof of that, but I think Sword will get some buffs. Yeah, I see that one. In your opinion, which armor style is the most flexible, light, medium, heavy? I would say light armor is by far the most flexible one. How did I do almost exactly the same damage as the Reaper? That's actually crazy. I'm playing full Harrier. That's insane. But yeah, I would say light armor is probably the most flexible because Mesmer is very flexible, Elementalist is very flexible, and I would say even Necromancer is somewhat flexible with Scourge, with Harbinger and Reaper. You have a lot of different things to cover, at least in PvE. So light is for me probably the most flexible one. I think the other two are also quite flexible, I have to be honest nowadays, but they are not as flexible as light, I would see, yeah. And you opted for the legendary gloves, or what was that? So the legendary gloves you can get currently for free. Okay, apparently we are done. Did we not do the Mitrin? I guess not. But yeah, the legendary gloves you can currently for the next, I think it's exactly 7 days now, you can get the legendary gloves for free. Or not true, you can get the legendary gloves for free even after the event is done. But the legendary gloves is currently because you can do a lot of quick plays and then you get the legendary gloves for only playing 100 quick play fractals. So that if you do it somewhat fast, you can get that done in like 5 to 6 hours of farming fractals over and over. So that's I would say a really solid way to get the first legendary armor piece, but of course only the first one. So if you're going for light armor, you get one, and the medium and heavy will cost you some gold. It's not too expensive, but it's definitely not cheap or not like for free. What are you going to be playing in PvP today? So I will play a lot of Reaper because I'm like finally unlocked ranked. So you can see I'm ranked level 20. Where is it? I'm Dolyak rank, so rank 20 in PvP, which is really good because now I can finally play ranked. And in ranked, it matters a lot if you win or not. Why? Because if you win, you get more reward track progress. Where is it? I can show you. You get a lot of those unlocks here, and you get way more progress towards the reward track, and you get more karma, you get more gold, just overall a lot of value. And I really want to win, and I play Reaper because of that, so that I can finally get my Mystic Clovers that I will get from the reward track. But I also think Reaper right now in the current meta is actually a very solid choice for ranked play, so that's why I'm going for. If you do the other events, the gloves come even faster. Exactly, if you do the events during the specific event and do the achievements and stuff, it goes even faster. It is, I would say, takes between a few hours to at maximum like 6 hours if you farm it for the first one. If you want to go for the skins and the different ones, the different armor weights, then definitely lasts way longer to get there. But it's not a problem either. You can do it forever now. It's not going away. But right now, for the next 7 days, you will even have the chance of getting a free legendary starter kit by just playing the same fractals that you're doing for the legendary. So it's really, really, you can double up on your rewards. That's why it's so good. Are those infusions for gloves worth it aside from cosmetic look? No. I would say it's only for the look. You only do it for the look. It's such a grind, if you don't do it for the look, it's not worth it. You can easily grind more gold in the same time. So I would say if you like the look, go for it. But other than that, there is no value. I have a lot of karma. What do I do with it? So I would say likely karma is a currency that you will either have way too much or you have way too little. So I personally would say save it. That's my biggest thing. You can convert. I have a guide about how to convert karma into gold, but the rates are so bad, like absolutely horrible, that you will waste a lot of karma for minuscule rewards in like gold gain. So I personally would say if you have any chance of keeping the karma and using it later for legendary or something, be sure to just like save it. You will thank me in the long run because some things cost millions of karma and then you will not have enough because you spend it on gold or whatever, and that means in the long run you have to farm it. And farming karma can be quite annoying to do in Guild Wars 2. So I would say better save it. Yeah. Well, I have to finish map completion and then level 80 first. Don't worry, you don't have to do the map completion. You can do map completion after as well, but you can also do like map completion first. It doesn't matter. I would just say the event is currently ongoing and you get double rewards. So I would recommend doing that. But whatever you do, it's after all a sandbox game to some extent. Which is the best way to get Mystic Clovers? I mean, Drizzlewood Coast in PvE is the only way that you can farm it very consistently, doing the weekly vendors. I have a video about that as well. Or just going for all the reward tracks that in PvP and World vs. World. Those are the best ways. I have Dragon Hunter, but I'm bored. Which class do you recommend? Funny and easy to learn? I would say Reaper. If you like Dragon Hunter, Reaper is a very solid pick as well. Just got that starter kit making the Scepter Metrologicus, but I ran out of clovers, but it's still broke from another legendary for my friend's birthday gift. Yeah, I would say Mystic Clovers is always something that takes a while. That's why I'm always stocking up on my main account, get it from every single weekly vendor, because that's just something that you can do very consistently. But if you need a lot of them, then it's quite hard to get a lot of them very fast without using the Mystic Forge. So not a simple answer there. Imagine people who had crafted their gloves before the event. I mean, yeah, I did on my main account, of course, but if you're a new player and just crafted it, that is annoying. That is definitely annoying. But what can you do? You know, that's how it goes sometimes. Then you could go for a different set, you know. You will probably go for medium, heavy, and light, and then you will probably have a lot of fun with having different ones. Yeah, I would be careful with the karma, yes. It's so weird seeing a heal support mesmer playing with a rifle. Yeah, I mean, that's the design of it. You know, their first skill is even called Friendly Fire, which is obviously a meme. If you're in shooter games, that's not what you want. So it's a good one. Shortbow isn't necessary, but has a nice escape with an infiltrator shot. Yeah, shortbow is very flexible as a very fast weapon for just moving around fast if you need mobility, but of course it's not necessary. Thanks, Yaigi, for the Prime. Really appreciate it, by the way. Thanks a lot for your support. I refuse to gamble for clovers, never again. Yeah, I would not recommend it either. I would say go for PvP and World vs. World if you enjoy those game modes. If you don't, play Drizzlewood Coast. And of course, go to all the weekly vendors. So there's a raid vendor, a strike vendor, a PvP vendor. Even the Mystic Forge vendor has it. And World vs. World vendor. What did I miss? Fractal vendor. So there are a lot of different vendors where you can just get 5 to 10 Mystic Clovers each week for some kind of sale. That's like what I would recommend, doing it every single week, getting some consistent value there. But it's definitely not the only and not the best way in that regard. Because it's very slow and you cannot get 100 in a week from that. So that is something that you have to consider as well. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what too much karma is. I think it always depends. I have on my main account a lot of karma, even though I did all the legendaries. You know, I tell you that story every time. I have, of course, the Generation 3 legendaries, which require, I don't know, Alka knows the number, but like 35 million karma or something like that. And I'm always surprised. I never farmed karma on my main account, like never ever. And I have so much karma, even I did all the legendaries on my own and never bought any legendaries from the trading post. I still have over 40 million karma on my main account. So I have no clue where I got it from and what it is, but it just sums over the time. That's the important part. Where are we going? Is that some kind of like... Interesting. I did not know you can do that. You never learn out. You know, that I never do that fractal, to be honest. But that's how you do it. Not bad, not bad. I did not know that. Interesting. I'm a returning player from like 10 years ago. I have all the expansions. Is there a strategy outside of pathing add-ons to collect hero points for elite specs? So you can use pathing add-ons, which can help you, but a lot of the elite specs or hero points to get them, you need to kill a mob, like a somewhat challenging boss or something, at least for the Path of Fire and Heart of Thorns expansions. So I would say if you cannot do that alone, if you don't have a perfect solo build or something, then my best recommendation there would be to go for a hero point train. So people that want to just do the same as you are doing and join you and you follow the commander along. That's my best tip, because then you're in a group and you can easily do that. But other than that, I would say there is not a perfect way to get those. Like, you can also play World vs. World if you like that game mode. And in World vs. World, you can just unlock them, so to say. If you play like multiple hours of World vs. World, then you get those tokens which you can exchange for hero points. And then you don't have to do them. That helps. But the hero point train in PvE is probably the best way. I've never done Drizzlewood Coast before. Is it a big map, farm like Reba? Exactly. It's very similar to that. It's very similar to that. So, where are we going? What are we doing? Let me move, please, please, please. Okay, that was apparently not the way. I have to be honest, I never did this fractal, like, or like I did it once on my main account, and then never again. I really dislike this fractal. In normal mode, that is. In challenge mode, I did it a lot. Let's see where we're going. Let's see where we're going here. Please let me move. Okay. That's not the way, I guess. I can kill the mobs. It's just a little daunting. I look for a Heart of Thorns hero point train. Yeah, it's always nice. Always happy to help. And yeah, always ask the questions in chat. There are really knowledgeable people here in chat as well. So just ask them. And I will also try, of course, to answer. But welcome back to the game. We need more new players or returning players, so that's good. So where do we need to go? I think the arrow points there, so let's go there, I guess. Okay, that looks good. Looks good, I guess. Yep, that's the correct way. Very good, we did it. Don't forget to hydrate. Good point. So Celestial Gear is 1 below Legendary. No, Celestial Gear is just a specific gear stat. So it provides you with some specific gear stats that you need. Celestial gives you all the gear stats. Legendary Gear is the highest, Legendary is like the highest amount of gear amount that you can get, gear stat amount, but it's exactly the same as Ascended Gear. So Ascended Gear and Legendary Gear are exactly the same, which provide you with the highest amount of value. But for example, this is an Ascended Gear piece that has the Harrier stats. This is an Exotic Gear that has the Celestial stats. So in Guild Wars 2, stats are one thing and the quality of gear is another thing. Gear can have different qualities while also having different rarities at different stats on top of that. Hope that wasn't too confusing, but in general, Ascended Gear and Legendary Gear is exactly the same. Celestial Gear is completely different. It's a stat type. Let me hydrate for a second. But yeah, that's how it works. That's how Guild Wars 2 works in a nutshell. So, final boss here. Very good. It took a while. That's why I don't like this fractal. It's too puzzle heavy. Not a lot of fighting going on. People around the map tend to help with the hero points. Exactly. You just have to ask in map chat and people help you. That's true. Absolutely true. Since all your damage and healing and Conny cleanses comes from dodge, every energy system could help. That is true. That is a good point. Energy can help if you are on Thief specifically, because you get some nice survivability from that. But it's obviously not necessary if you know what you're doing. It can be a little bit unnecessary. But can be a nice addition if you don't survive any other way. Among Soto, Chante, and Visions of Eternity, which one should I get? It's my birthday today and they are on sale, can only afford one. It depends what kind of player you are. So I would say from the features, I think if you like, go for example, for elite specs and like to play different builds, definitely Visions of Eternity is the best one because you get elite specs. All the other two will not give you elite specs. If you want to go for the features that they unlock, I would say, except the elite specs, then I would say Soto is the best because it gives you easy access to legendary armor in PvE, and they also have really good farms there. And if you like the spear, which is a very good weapon right now for most classes, then Chante is very good. And the Warclaw is also a decent addition. So it's like, I'm sorry, but there is not a single answer to this question where I can say, definitely get this one. This is like, I would personally say for me, as a content creator, as someone that likes to play different builds, typically I like to have access to all the elite specs. That's why I would go for the newest expansion. But I can definitely see the value in Soto specifically because you can get new weapons. For example, like the pistol or the rifle for Mesmer, which is a really good weapon, of course. You only get that with Soto. And you can use, for example, your dagger on a Chronomancer, which you normally cannot do without Soto. So Secrets of the Obscure is the feature richest expansion that there is. If you only care about elite specs, go for Visions of Eternity. And if you care about the spear and probably one of the best weapons, then you go for... Are we doing it correct? I think we don't wipe in normal mode, do we? I think it's not wipeable. It's fun how they actually... It's really nice, really cute. They will try to go out of the way of this attack. It's really funny, but it still damages you. So they didn't know. It's okay. We will not die from not doing the mechanic correctly. It's just normal mode. But yeah, so all of them have their arguments. All of them are somewhat worthwhile. That's the answer. Sorry, cannot give you a defining answer there. Or definite answer rather. I need a specific relic that drops from a convergence CM, but I've never seen an LFG. Do you know a place where I can find it? So if you really need this relic, then there are two options if you cannot find it in like normal groups. Yeah, if the groups do not do it and you don't find it in LFG, then there are two ways to get it, either from World versus World or PvP from just getting it via the like reward track there. Then you can just farm the reward track and then at the end you will have a choice chest and you can select the relic, or you can get the legendary relic. That's obviously something that is way more time affording and money costing, but it's not necessary. You can do it if you wanted to, but I think the faster way would be the reward tracks in PvP or World versus World. But of course, if you're really looking for specifically that convergence, I think there are some content creators doing it, like Darren's, like Fandrel. They typically do that on stream, so maybe you check those out. Or just go for any Discord server that does like those meta trains and CM convergences as well. That's my answer there. On release, you could dodge that big damage, at least on tier 4. Yeah, it was really cool. There were some attacks that you could dodge and stuff, but they fixed it after a while, so it's now not dodgeable anymore. So you have to live with it and get the damage, I guess. Now I do it correctly. I know how to do it. Yeah, see you, Arthur. See you. Guess who's back to cause mischief? The Mad King and his lunatic? Nice, October 7th. Yes, very good. That's really good. I was hoping for that the Halloween event is actually happening before the expansion. I was really hoping for that, and now it's coming back. Really good. Looking forward to that. We'll do a lot of content about it. We'll do a lot of like fun events, farm a lot on this account here, so it will be just a really, really good addition to the game, especially if you're a new player. Halloween is one of the best events to farm, and it's also really fun. Yeah, I like it a lot. So happy to have it back at the 7th of October. Yeah, there are a lot of cool things coming with the expansion. I'm really looking forward to like Troubadour, looking forward to Gale Shot. There are really good ones that I'm looking forward to. Yeah, I will do a lot of farming in the Labyrinth on this account. I can tell you that. We will also do, of course, here on stream, because it's an amazing experience farm. It's an amazing like gold farm, really easy to get into, and just a really nice event. Also, the other activities are really good. I like Halloween. It's one of my favorite, if not my favorite events throughout the year. For sure. In Guild Wars 2, that is. The only one I ever farmed? Yeah, it's also probably the most like farmed event in history of Guild Wars 2. So I guess a lot of people would agree with that. Yeah, and you can also, I like to run my Herald on my main account because you get a lot of boons, provide them to allies, and then you get the kills as well, so you don't even have to be that active. But Greatsword, Mesmer, or Mirage, it can be quite fun as well, like laser shooting forever. Yeah, that's a good one as well. You think Troubadour and Chronomancer will have the same gear? Yes, you will be able to run exactly the same gear on Troubadour support or Chronomancer. I think there is not a single reason why you would run different gear. With one exception, I think you can run a Celestial Troubadour. Celestial Chronomancer is a little bit lackluster in terms of damage output. Celestial Troubadour, because of a specific trait, I actually see as a rather solid pick, and I actually expect it to be playable as well. So maybe you can run Celestial Troubadour, probably you can do that. Chronomancer, probably not, but full Harriers, full Givers, full Minstrel works perfectly fine on Troubadour and Chronomancer, absolutely. Yeah, Halloween has really good events as well. That's a good point. The cat pet is too cool. I hope it gets back. Yeah, probably. I really hope that we will get more of those returning stuff like the cat and like other cool skins. I really hope so. I think one of the best, probably the best shield skin in the whole game. What's it called? Grinning. Yeah, this is one of the best shield skins in the game. It's just such a classic, you know? Like this is so good. Like a smiling face on a shield, come on. It's like so edgy, so fun. It's so good. So it's one of the best shield skins. I agree. Yeah, cat pen sounds something mandatory. Yeah, you will like it, Patricia. You will like it. What's the easiest? Quicker legendary armor set. So the easiest in terms of like how easy you can play it and acquire it, I would say it's the open world legendary. The fastest one is probably the raiding one right now. But I would say the most efficient way to get them is doing open world, world versus world, PvP, and world versus world at the same time. Like raids, open world, PvP, and world versus world. Farm it all at the same time so that you have the time gates covered at the same time. But of course, that only works if you like all game modes. If you don't, then probably the best choice for you is going for open world one. If you want to get it the easiest way and the fastest, if you don't mix up, then would probably be raiding one if you do all the raid bosses. So probably the easiest is definitely open world. The rest is arguable. What's the fastest? What's the best? It depends a bit on what you play. Hope that answers your question at least. Speaking of elite specs, I love my engineer. I want to play in all specs at the same time. Yeah, I mean, engineer has really good specs right now, especially in PvE. Scrapper is really good. Mechanist is surprisingly good, very easy to play. And Amalgam will be absolutely busted when it comes out. That much is for sure. And I don't know. I think engineer is a really, really solid pick right now. So don't worry, it will stay like that. And even in competitive modes, like Holosmith is right now very, very strong in PvP. Scrapper has been very good in World vs. World, so Engineer, very, very good class right now in all game modes. Yeah, sadly it's 500 gold, but it's a nice skin. So if you like the skin, go for it. And if you don't like it, I mean, then too bad. But if you like it and don't have the money, I guess save for it, you know, it's a nice skin. I really like it. But that's how it goes, you know, good skins often are expensive. That's just sadly how it goes, you know, that's supply and demand, I guess. What spec did you main when you started playing? So I started playing 12 years ago, and I started as a ranger. And back then there was no elite spec, obviously, so I played ranger, and I did not particularly enjoy it. I have to be honest, I leveled it to level 80, and as soon as I hit level 80, I switched to warrior. I'm not joking, like instantly switched to warrior, because I did not enjoy it particularly, because it was not really filling or living up to the ranger fantasy. So if you played Ranger in Guild Wars 2, it is not really focused around longbow too much or like shooting from range. It's not an archer in Guild Wars 2. I did not know that, and I did not enjoy it that much then. So for me personally, I swapped to warrior because warrior was back then very, very strong in dungeons. So that's why I played it. And after a while, I swapped to elementalist, and I stuck with elementalist for like, I don't know, 5 years or something. And then when like I started playing somewhat more tryhard and played all the classes, then I switched up. But before that, it was like Ranger for a little bit, Then I swapped to Warrior, which I stuck with for a year or something, and then I played Elementalist for probably like 5 years or something. So that's like my, so to say, journey before I went like playing all classes. But I was always interested in playing multiple characters. I never enjoyed playing a game with only one character. I always wanted to experience multiple classes, multiple characters, because for me it's always about build crafting, making different things work, while also trying out new things and not always getting bored by playing the same stuff over and over and over. Do you have any suggestion on managing gear for players that love playing multiple classes but are far away from legendary gear? Wait 1 second. I have to say thanks. There we go. But I would say go for like light armor, Berserker gear, for example. Then you can use it on a Reaper, you can use it on a Power Virtuoso, Power Chronomancer, Power Catalyst. So I think like getting Berserker stats is always a safe pick. Berserker or Viper are really good because you can use it on all Condi builds or all power builds on a specific like light armor, heavy armor, medium armor class. But if you want to have like all gear, then it's a little bit challenging because the weapons on top are also not that easy to say this is the best one. Sword and spear can be used on a lot of classes, or almost all of them, spear of course, and sword as well. So that can be worthwhile considering, but it's obviously not guaranteed that this will be the weapon that is the best one to use on a specific class at the specific meta build. So it's hard to answer this question perfectly, to be honest. I'm very sorry, but probably go for Berserker gear for light or any armor class in that regard. I have the same issue with Ranger. I got baited since in most games it's range class. Exactly. I think now with Gale Shot it gets a little bit better, but it's definitely still not perfect. It's still not like a classical Ranger class. But it's not bad, don't get me wrong. I like Ranger, how it is in Guild Wars 2. It's just not what you expect. You expect some kind of archer or bow user, but it's more like some kind of like nature, shaman, druid kind of thing. That's what I would say. Now let's get this and sell it, and then we can play some PvP. And clean up my inventory first, I guess. I awakened my inner S thanks to Sirma introducing me to Elementalist. Yeah, I think Elementalist is a very fun class. I personally, if I would like if Mesmer didn't exist, I would be Elementalist playing all the time. Like, it's really, really fun in Guild Wars 2. It's very flexible, really strong, and it's just a very overall good class. But Mesmer exists, and it's such a unique class, and it's very flexible right now in PvE, specifically on Guild Wars 2 right now. So I think that's like a very, very good class to play if you enjoy the look of it and are not like too bothered by all the pink and explosions and stuff, because it's obviously quite, I would say, flashy in that regard. But Elementalist is probably not better in that regard either. So I think it's like, if you like those classes, go for it. I think that's why I would always recommend to go for light armor classes, even though they are somewhat squishy, because they are somewhat more interesting right now, I would say. So can clean up a little bit more. Is that okay? And clean that up, and we can maybe salvage those rings. No, we don't have any salvage kit. Then we have now 21 to go. Okay. I'm not sure if we will get it done today. Probably not. Yeah, Gale Shot will be the pew pew spec. That is true. That is true. That's how it will be. Very likely though. Very likely. But it's good, you know, if you like this spec, you will probably enjoy Gale Shot or this like shooting from range, and I think that's okay. That's exactly what they're aiming for. They want to have more players playing the spec that they enjoy, and if it's the new one, it's even better for the Guild Wars 2 community. If you're not worried about Ascended gears, that selectable epic gear from the World vs. World vendor is a good way to try out different builds for little money. Yes, you can get exotic gear from the World vs. World vendor, and it's that selectable, it's very cheap there, and you can try out different builds with exotic gear there. Of course, you have to play a little bit of World vs. World to get it, but other than that, it's really cheap. But I would say if you are in a spot where you can play multiple classes, I think getting like one set of full Berserker armor or full Berserker trinkets can be very worth as an investment, because in the long run, in my opinion, that is something that gives you just immense amount of, I don't know, utility for playing classes with the highest amount of gear, so they can play fractals with all of them, stuff like that, and you can switch Ascended gear. It's not character bound, it's account bound, so you can put it on your bank, put it on a different character, try it there. That's why I like it so much. Exotic cannot do that for most of the part. Yes, you can get 20 slot bags. You can buy it from the trading post. There are some achievements that give it, even higher ones. You can go, for example, for accepting the newsletter from ArenaNet. You get I think a 24 slot bag for free if you do that. So there are some really cool ways of getting higher level bags. But if you have all of them already or don't want to do them, you can just go to the trading post and look for bags. Where is it? Inventory bags. And here for 20 slot bag, you will get, it typically costs around like 20 gold. Not even like 10 gold. That's how much it costs, between 10 and 20 gold. So you can spend some money here and get it. Yeah, so that's the normal way. What's your favorite new expansion spec? I will decide that when I played all of them in the actual release. But right now, I think Gale Shot and Troubadour might be my most exciting ones. But I really don't want to pinpoint. I think Evoker looks amazing. I think Amalgam looks amazing. There are so many really fun ones. I will try all of them, even the ones that I think is somewhat dull, and probably I will try all of them. Yeah, that's my honest take there. So we will see. We will see. Yeah, I will do my fractal event farm. That's also, I can recommend that. Fractal event farming is really good as well for getting the first legendary, and you get also like the legendary starter kit. If you have not done that, you get some fractal ascended accessory that you can select the stats. So stuff like that is very, very good as well. And of course, getting the free legendary is always good. Yeah, thanks. Greetings back, Brumi. Greetings back. Living World Season 1 and 2 story gives 20 slots. Exactly, if you do some story there, really nice as well. Good points, good points. But yeah, like I said, Pietro, there are a lot of different things that you can get achievements like Living World, but even like the newsletter gives you some really easy access to high level bags, even without buying them. So you don't have to buy them. Yeah. Were your characters in full exotics from World vs. World, then by time choose which class is more enjoyable for you to play and start making Ascended and Legendary. I think that's a very good, very smart way of doing it. I agree. Good job. Yeah, good summary there. Is it worth using low-res on the core tier vendors for Berserker accessories? So, you mean these ones? Those low-res versions? There are those like accessories and like trinkets and rings that you can get there. If you have, like if you need the stat. So for example, if you need Berserkers, I think it is a very easy way to get this. Yeah. Other than that, I would not get it, because if you like, for example, I need like Harriers and I can't get Harriers here. So I would get any other stat that is somewhat close to Harriers and waste like 40 low-res and 50 ectos on it. So I would say if you get the perfect stat, yes, it's worth it. But there are better things to get that are somewhat cheaper. I will show this in this, maybe not this stream, but in some stream coming in the future, where I get all the Ascended trinkets as well. So Living World Season 3, for example, is amazing to farm for Ascended trinkets. And they are way cheaper there and they are stat selectable. So if you have like absolutely are in dire need of getting Ascended trinkets, yeah, you can purchase them here, but they are quite expensive and they have not a lot of stats that you lose. Berserker is probably the only one that is here really common. All the others, maybe Assassin, but all the others are not recommended, I would say. I got some new infused Ascended rings and fractals, but with the wrong stats. Should I recycle them or switch their stats? So stats swapping is only on armor and weapons and some specific rings, but fractal rings cannot be stat swapped, so you can salvage them without any like problem. Yeah, just salvage them. Just watch out, if it's unique, you cannot equip multiple. That is good point. So if you have, for example, like a specific Ascended item, so for example, this Althea's Ashes, this is a Berserker accessory, and it says here at the bottom, in the third line from the bottom, it says unique. That means you cannot equip two of those accessories. So that means that if you want to get Berserker accessory and another Berserker accessory, you need to get this one, and you get the Magister's Field Journal, which is also Berserker, but it's the other unique one. So both of them equipped together will give you Berserker stats, but if you only purchase once, twice, you will only be able to equip one of them. So you wasted your money in that regard. So be careful there. Ascended gear is typically unique. Not all of it, but typically. So now I swap my stuff around so that I can see all the skills, and we play some PvP. Yeah, always happy to help. If you have any questions, just ask. We are always happy to answer here, not only me, but also hopefully the people in chat. And we are in general, the Guild Wars 2 community is very new player friendly, I would say. And if you're a returning player, of course, as well, just ask. We are always happy to help. What would you say is the best use for Loris? So Loris is a currency that is somewhat like outdated. You get it from the Wizard's Vault, of course. You can use it for getting ascended gear. You can convert it into gold. And you can use it for some kind of miniatures or some things that are somewhat niche unlocks for your account. But they are not really used in like, you don't need them for legendary. You don't need them for getting the best gear. It's just another way, another possibility to get stuff that you had other opportunities to get as well. It just might be faster, it might help you, might progress you towards your gold goal, stuff like that. So I think the best goal depends a bit on what kind of player you are. I personally will save them for now on this account. I can easily convert them into gold, but it's not like I can do that in the future as well. So there is no real reason for me to do that right now. I hope that makes sense. I'm doing good, Blue. I'm doing good. I'm playing a lot of PvP starting right now to get some progress with my Mystic Clovers. That's the goal for today. Playing some more PvP. But yeah, that's what we're doing. The rings from Royal Vendor don't cost globs of Ecto. Yes, they don't, but the accessories do. But in general, like I said, I think you should be careful with the Loris if you want to get, for example, a specific miniature that is only available from Royal vendors, and you spend the Loris on getting ascended gear, then you don't have the Loris for the miniature. So stuff like that is obviously, you should be careful there. But if you know what you're doing and want to get the specific, oh my god, they teleported on point, now we get the kill. Very nice. That was nasty. That was nasty. But yeah, I would say Loris are a currency that you can spend on anything if you want to, because it's not really like important on what you spend it. But if you want to spend it on multiple things, you cannot farm them very consistently. They are something that you will only get with time. That's the only, so to say, way to farm Loris is just waiting. So I would say in that regard, be careful what you use it for. But I would say definitely a good argument getting ascended rings if you don't have any other way of getting them right now. That's an interesting teleport. I have 1k Loris. Yeah, I mean, then you can get like at least 600 gold out of them if you convert them to gold. Is that good? I don't know. I will always say either wait if you don't need the gold like insanely urgently. But even then, I would say maybe save it for the long run. Yeah, but who knows? Maybe they will never introduce something that is actually costing Loris for veterans that you normally would not get any other way. I'm not sure. We will see. Yeah, you can get boosters. That's a good point. You can purchase boosters with it, which is obviously something that you not get that often with other methods. So I think that's probably a very, very solid idea to get some boosters if you use boosters consistently in World vs. World, for example, or PvP. So can we get the kills here? I think we can. Yeah, we have 2 kills here. Very good. They lie on top of each other, so that's a little bit scary. But it's okay. Can cleave them down. Very good. My team obviously died at far. Who would have thought running into respawns is not a good idea? But we are looking decent. Nice, they got the rally. I've been sitting on all these Loris for 10 years and haven't spent them. Yeah, I mean, now you have a very good, like, easy boost in the beginning. So definitely worthwhile to use them. I would say getting ascended gear is probably the smartest way in the beginning, because otherwise you might have a harder time getting some of the ascended gear pieces. Farming berries and blood rubies is so easy to get the rings that for me it's a waste on the Loris. Exactly. So for me personally, I think it's like I would not use them for that, because you can easily farm them if you have access to the Living World currency, the Living World maps. If you don't have those yet, or you don't want to use them, then Loris are a very fast way of getting that. But like I said, Loris, it's highly dependent on what kind of player you are. So if you're, for example, a PvP only player, then you have almost no use for Loris anyway, and you can use them for skins or something that you only get for Loris. Yeah. Revenant, Mesmer, Elementalist, or Engineer for new players. All of them can be hard, can be fun. I would say it depends on what kind of build you're going for. Go for the one that you enjoy the class fantasy of the most. They are all amazing in all gameplay, in all content. I would say Revenant is a little bit more niche, or like not niche in a sense that it's bad, but it's not as flexible as, for example, Mesmer. And I would say Elementalist and Engineer can feel a little bit challenging at first if you start out with it. But for example, Mechanist is one of the easiest classes in the game, which is an Engineer lead spec. So in general, I would say personally, probably going for Engineer if you want the easiest time is a very good choice. But all of them are really good. Go for the one that you enjoy the look of the most. That's my tip there. Sorry for not giving you a better answer to this. What are they doing? That's what I meant. You know, you asked earlier if you can dominate even if you have the same gear. I just wanna 1v2 without like looking at the screen too much. It's like, of course I'm fighting against very new players here, but in Guild Wars 2, it's way more about the skill than it's about anything else. Skill is the most important part. I love your content, especially the tier list. I know people hate on them, but I think they're fun. It's just a nice ranking. I would say there are some people that hate tier lists. There are some people that love tier lists. What can I say? You know, I like to make tier lists. I'm just a tier list enjoyer. And I do them a lot on my YouTube channel, and I will do them even more when the expansion comes out. I can tell you that much. So for me personally, tier lists, if you don't like them, don't watch them. If you like them, you have a lot of stuff on my YouTube channel to watch. And if you disagree with me, just let me know in the comments. I mean, that's always something that is very important to me. I want to have some constructive and engaging debates without getting like offended. I think that's very important. And I think tier lists are the perfect, like would say, perfect space for that. So that's why I do them. I like them. And I think it's a good thing to do. If you don't, just don't watch them, I guess. Thanks, Alka. Really nice. Thanks for the bits. Any gift bombs or 5 or more subs come with at least 1 bonus sub. Very nice. Very rare chance of 100 bonus subs. Thanks for the reminder. Thanks a lot for the cheer. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the support. Very good. Very, very good. Appreciate it a lot. Is Herald still really good now? So I would say Herald is one. Oh my god, this guy died from Downstead. Okay, I'm here. I got you. But yeah, Herald is a very easy class to have a lot of boon upkeep and is very, like, would say safe to play. It's not the best in terms of DPS in PvE, but it's a very, very strong class if you want to start out the game and don't want to sweat too much and still provide what your role wants to be, like a quickness DPS or something. You can fill that very, very easily. So I would say Herald is a very, very like good pick for that. Other than that, I think there might be better specs if you want to have the highest damage numbers. Tier lists are the best? Yeah, I agree with you, Likely. I agree. Make up tier list about tier listception? Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I'd be telling people Engineer is an easy build. I would say Engineer Mechanist is an easy class. But if you talk about, for example, there is a build for Engineer that uses 4 kits Quickness Scrapper and Condi Quickness Scrapper, 4 kits. Is that build easy? Not at all. It's probably the hardest build in the game. So I would say Engineer as a base class, as like with the kits and stuff, I think Engineer is one of the hardest classes base level if you played all the kits. If you don't want that, you can make the class very easy. So it depends heavily on what kind of build you're running, but I would say the potential for Engineer might be one of the ones with the most challenging core class. Get the rest, please. Tier lists can be bad. It matters how you do them. You give a lot of insight and explanation. The tier list is a tool to convey. Oh my god, that was a nice burst. This guy does a lot of damage in Downstead. I did not expect it. But yeah, I always try my tier lists, of course, are somewhat biased, yeah? I have a specific view on the game. Of course, I play all the classes, so I might have a more like comprehensive view of the game, but I still have a specific view about the game. So that means that I have a personal take on that matter. But I always try to express my opinion, why I think so. And if you disagree with me, I'm willing to change my opinion if you give me some other arguments for that. Oh my god, look at this loot. Look at how much I got. I got also quite a lot of top stats. How did I get the most amount of healing from my team with 52k? It's crazy. Okay, that's just ranked if you're starting out. Fun. Very good. But yeah, I agree. If you do a tier list without any arguments why you put something anywhere, I think it's a bad tier list. But I always try to provide arguments and say this build is D tier because of X and Y. And then hopefully you say, yeah, that makes sense. Or you say, but you forgot Z. And then I would say, okay, maybe you're right. I have to promote it next time. So I'm actually like, I am agreeing with you. If you have a willing argument, a really useful logical argument, then I might change it in the future. But I think if someone just says, no, this is a shit tier list because without any argument, then that's not a nice conversation. But in general, I would say tier lists can spark some nice discussion as everyone is constructive and gives some feedback and is just having fun talking to each other without offending each other. I think tier lists are a very, very nice way of debating about topics. That's just my take. Yeah, that's why I like to do them. Yeah. I know I'm gonna have quickness upkeep if I have a Herald on my team in PvE. Exactly. That's why Herald, in my opinion, is a very safe class, very good class. It's not the best DPS, but if you have a Herald, typically have 100% quickness uptime, and that's what I want. Yeah. So really, really good point there. Engineer is great for those of us with HDHD. Lots of skills to swap. Yeah, if you like that, it's really good. And if you don't want it, you can play without kits and you have a very easy class. For example, you can play the 0 kit Condition Engineer or Rival Mechanist without any kits. And you have very, very easy time of dealing damage. So Engineer can be very easy, but can also be quite complex with 5 kits if you wanted to. So I think that's the biggest strength of Engineer. That was fast. A lot of dailies, very good. And weeklies even, very nice. So we got a lot of loot as well. Look at how much karma and stuff you get. It's PvP, if you're farming it, it's actually a lot of loot that you get here. Give me a rival, Napalm and Alexa, and what game mode it is? Yeah, it's really like if you play Engineer and you enjoy this class, I think you can make it work in all game modes. Engineer is a really, really flexible class in that regard. So that's why I would say Engineer, if you like the design of it, pick it and don't be scared because it has the potential to be hard. You have easy builds and you can expand to harder builds in the future. I think that is just a very, very solid class. I think it's way better than a class that starts out easy, but will never reach a point where you can play it if you want to play it some more difficult class, and it will not reach that point. I think it's really important that you have some space to get more experience on a class. If you only have a very easy class that has no potential to get more exciting and more challenging, I think that's also boring. So I think Engineer is a really good starting class. I disagree that Catalyst is S tier because I'm bad at Catalyst, therefore Catalyst is D tier. Yeah, I mean, that would be like, at least someone gave their opinion and some statement. But I had like people in the comments of tier lists that were like saying like, this tier list is shit. Okay, that is a valid opinion, but I would really like to improve, but I can't improve with a comment like that. If someone says this tier list is shit because you ignored X point, then I can improve and hopefully not ignore it next time. But if someone just like makes any statement without any like reason behind it, I don't know. I don't know how to improve on that. So that's why I always say it's a personal take and I want to have constructive debate about it. That's the important part. Of course, if it's a fun tier list, then it's only personal or something like that. But if it's like a tier list in terms of strength of a specific power level of a class, then I always talk about stuff in a like constructive way. That's my important point here. Yeah. I like the Rival Scrapper, had super speed nearly all the time. I loved reviving people with my orb. I forgot the name of it. I think it's the Gyro. Yeah, there is a lot of cool stuff with Engineer that you can do. What is this? It's the Thief again. That has the Condi Spike. Ooh, this guy is dead. Get the Fear. Maybe we can fear him out. Nope. Get the... Another death. Okay. It's interesting. Let's see how many wins we can get before we get another loss. Because in ranked, you never know. You never know how fast you lose. At some point, you get like a crazy team and you lose. And sometimes you get a crazy good team. But for now, it looks like we win this match again. They are feeding like crazy, the enemy team. Do you enjoy playing Firebrand support? Yes, I like Firebrand support actually quite a lot. It's really cool, especially in competitive modes actually. Because it's a very flexible class. You can play have stability, reflect, Condi cleanse, whatever your party needs, and you don't really like care if they are like having specific things not in this time because you can just go for a Condi cleanse instead of the stability. Stuff like that is really, really flexible on Firebrand. But Firebrand is also a class that is, in my opinion, especially in competitive modes, somewhat, I wouldn't say hard to play, but it can be very punishing. So if I would play it here in ranked, I would have times where I can carry the group, and sometimes an enemy player is really strong and just focuses me all the time, then I might die instantly because Firebrand can be quite squishy. But in PvE, I would say Firebrand, if you have a good Firebrand, it can carry your group like crazy. But sadly, a lot of Firebrand players don't know what they are doing, and then you actually have not enough quickness uptime, you don't have enough just raw like healing output. I think Firebrand can be quite challenging to get used to in PvE or in all game modes. So I would say Firebrand, really fun spec, really I like it a lot, but it's definitely not for everybody because it's probably the hardest Guardian spec that I would say here. Is there something like Quick DPS Herald for Alacrity DPS? Let's think about this. I mean, not as consistent or not as like brain off. I would say Tempest nowadays with the Aura trait can be very, very easy. A condition Tempest can be extremely easy to play. So I personally would say that might be something that you can pick. What else is there that is very, very easy? I mean, you couldn't play some kind of staff Mirage that just spams the ambush skills of staff all the time and provides alacrity. I don't know. I would say there are some that are somewhat close, but it's not exactly the same role. It doesn't have like 100% uptime just by doing. I don't know. I think it's like probably like that. Yeah. Firebrand is really cool. Feels like a little complex with all the books. My warrior brain is too used to hammer anything inside. I mean, Firebrand, if you get used to it, I think it's not as complex as people make it out to be, but it's definitely more complex than, for example, like a Dragon Hunter, for sure. But it's not as complex. You just have to read a little bit more skill descriptions, but in the long run, you will have way more fun, I would say, as well. Thanks a lot for the Prime, Tassi, and Too Big. Really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for the support. Hope you're enjoying the stream. But yeah, I think their Guardian has a lot of different, it's almost like Engineer in that regard. It's flexible, and it's somewhat like you have a very easy time of like having, like, for example, a flexible build that is somewhat more challenging. You have an easy build with Dragon Hunter, for example. I think Engineer and Guardian are in that respect quite similar, I would say. I did my first strikes last week, all the Iceblood Saga strike missions on Quickness Scrapper, and got 99% quickness uptime. Quite happy for my first time. Yeah, that sounds good. Good job. That's what we need. We need more quickness uptime, people. We don't want to have a quickness DPS join that only provides 50% uptime. We want quickness DPS to have like insane amount of quickness. Like 100 or at least 90% quickness uptime. So good job on you. That's very good. Is Engineer with Spear easy to play? Yes. You can play Spear Mechanist, and it's a very, very easy class. A lot of damage, over 40k DPS for almost no effort. I would highly recommend it. Yeah, be sure to give it a try. It's really good. Now I need to make some busty Norn for my Evoker. Yeah, Evoker will be fun. It will be very fun. I'm looking forward to theory crafting. I really hope they do some trait changes so that I can craft even more cool builds. But in general, I'm really looking forward to Evoker or all elite specs, but mostly Evoker. Oh my god, that's nasty. Look at this, 4 people dead. 1 instantly dead and 3 like downstead. Not bad, not bad. I've been running a Soul Beast with Hammer Spear for a while. It's a nice build with great burst and cleave with pet merge. Yeah, I think that's a really good one. It's also, I think the meta build actually uses that as well, Hammer and Spear. Really, really nice bursty spec, really strong power DPS. That was a fast match as well. Not bad, not bad. You see, ranked farming at its finest. Can be, in my opinion, like Simmer said, depends how you customize it with utilities and kits. Exactly. I think it's really like, if you have, that's why I like Engineer so much. You can start out with no kits, and it can be very easy. But as soon as you want to improve and want to get better and want to get more, like even higher numbers than you can get with the easy builds, then you just go for 1 kit, go for 2 kits, and you improve your damage by a little bit each time, and you can reach really crazy damage numbers. So if you want to improve, that's the way to do it. But you don't have to. You can even play with 0 kits and still have a very good time. That's why I like Engineer so much. So let's open some stuff. And a little bit more loot, very good. We need more loot. More loot, and clean up the inventory again. Very nice. And then we can hopefully get some more spirit shards. That's why we're here after all. And farm this stuff. How many do we have? We need 18 more. So we're making some progress, but not as much as I wanted to. I don't know. Will be hard. Will be quite challenging, to be honest. Engineer has the AED healing skill, 14k heal on death, amazing. Yeah, if you can use that healing skill very well, which prevents you from a lethal blow, even if it's conditional or power based, doesn't matter. You just get healed a lot if you get like downed normally. That's really good. It's a good one. It's especially good in competitive modes, but even in PvE it can be really good. If you know there will be some damage incoming, you can convert it into healing. So Engineer has a lot of flexibility in that regard as well. Good point. Will you make a video about Labyrinth farm builds? Yes, I will do that. I will do like a video probably like top 5 Labyrinth farm builds. So do you have any builds that you'll play a lot? Because I'm looking of course for builds, maybe some crazy cooks. What are you playing? What are you planning on playing on Labyrinth farm? I know Alka is playing the Greatsword Mirage. I know a lot of people are playing Herald. A lot of people like to play Daredevil because it's fast and it has shortbow, which is a nice cleave option. But maybe you have some other builds that you play that are really good for tagging all the mobs while also getting a lot of like mobility maybe in the kit, stuff like that, maybe some boons. I think Guardian can be quite decent as well for boon output. Probably not as good though as Revenant, but definitely a cool video that will come up. And I do my research already, yeah. I want to get back to my Elementalist. What's your recommendation? I think Elementalist is really good. If you have Visions of Eternity pre-ordered, you can easily play it with Evoker, and I think that will be such a good one. I would say wait for Evoker to start Elementalist again, because that will be such a fun build to start out, and if you like it, can go to Tempest, Catalyst, even Weaver if you want to, but I would start out with Evoker when it comes out. You only have to wait like a couple more weeks, but if you can't wait until that, probably start with Tempest. That's my tip. Old Star Vanguard? It's not as good anymore because they nerfed the cone attack. It's not a cone attack anymore, it's a targeted attack on the auto attack, so it's not the best one for that. It's nice healing and boons, but it's sadly not the best amount of like AoE clearing, sadly. I've been watching that Zero to Heroes series on YouTube. You explain things very well and in detail. Keep it up. Thanks, Brumi. Yeah, will do. Hope you enjoy it even longer. Deadeye shortbow for me, boon share and AoE damage. That makes sense, yeah. Spectre with Scepter takes a lot of mobs because of heals. Yep, if you can provide the heals, you know, you always have to think, if you heal a target that is already at full health, you will not get credit for healing. But if you heal a target with barrier, if you heal a target with boons, that can help. Yeah, good point. I agree. The old one was so good. Like the old staff on Guardian, that was like the classic farm. Before Revenant existed, everyone was playing Guardian with staff and just spamming the auto attack. It was really fun. Even in World vs. World, it was really fun for farming enemies. But nowadays, it's sadly like, it's just not good anymore. It's really sad. I hated Soto and Chandra so much I don't have the heart to buy another half-baked expansion. Yeah, that's a little bit sad to hear, but I can understand it. Hopefully they prove you wrong. Hopefully it's a really, really good expansion. Just got the Weaver Weave self-rotation perfected. Now I'm gonna stop playing it. Definitely not worth putting that much effort into deal medium damage. I feel you, Mini. I feel you. That's too bad. That's just like... Sadly, a lot of rotations, especially on Weaver, are somewhat challenging. And there are not a lot of situations where this is like the best go-to option for damage, sadly. Staff Untamed, turn everyone screen green. I'm not sure if that's like really like a good strategy. Yes, it can be very fun to use, but I think you will not take a lot of stuff with that, sadly. But what is going on? How did we like, where's the enemy team? They're all at their close point, okay. Okay. Ooh. I did not expect to hit that corrupt, to be honest, but I did. So now I have to be a little bit careful. I have a scrapper on my butt here. Power scrapper a little bit scary on this build, so better use the juke here to go back. Nice, we get a kill here. Get a corrupt just in case if anyone tries to survive. Nice, we got the Elementalist. That's obviously a good target here. Spear Elementalist, always a good target. And get a CC here, get some chill. This guy will dodge in a little bit, hopefully. Oh my god, I thought I dodged in time, but I did not. It's fine. We will get the kill here. Hopefully. Come on. What, guys? Nice, we did it. I did expect to get the dodge in time. I played lots of World vs. World. Any advice on better evasion with Ranger? I can Shadow Step and launch with Engie, but I get jumped a lot with Ranger. I would say playing any build with Wilderness Survival helps you a lot, because that means you get more dodge uptime, you get protection on your dodge. I think Wilderness Survival is one of the best traits if you want to learn Ranger, because it's a very safe class and trait choice. So like Wilderness Survival on Ranger to just get more protection uptime, and maybe Energy Sigil, stuff like that can help to just get a little bit more for your defenses. Yeah, that's my tip. I'm a Ref Vindicator. What would you recommend as a second spec? I'm mostly playing PvE. I would say go for Herald, because with Herald and Vindicator, you can cover Alacrity and Quickness for parties. You can have a lot of fun by dealing damage with Vindicator. You can play a healer with Vindicator. And I would say it's like probably the best all-round pick with Vindicator and Herald, if you play those two. Other than that, it's also like you can use a full Berserker Herald and you can use a full Berserker Vindicator, and you have the same gear that they can use for both DPS builds and the Quickness DPS Herald. So I think that's a solid pick there, I would say. Let's get a kill here. Nice. 2 kills actually. Not bad, not bad. You think any Evoker single element builds would be viable for PvP? Nah, I think for PvP, if they don't drastically buff this trait, where you lock yourself into one element only, which is the specialized elements trait, for those that don't know what we are talking about, which will come with Evoker with the next expansion. I think this one will only be worthwhile playing if you like play in PvE. It has to be like a crazy buff if they ever want to make that worthwhile using. Because it's like locking yourself into an attunement in competitive mode means you lose either all your defenses if you lock yourself in air or fire, or you lose all your aggressive tools if you're locking yourself into defensive tools. So I think that's just like all around not a good pick. Of course, you could make the argument as a healer you don't need your tools, but look at Elementalist healer builds. They are not only in water, they also use air, and for CC they use, for example, Earth for CC, they use like Earth for boons. It's like you always use all elements on Elementalists. So locking yourself in one attunement only is just not a really good choice, I would say, in competitive modes. In PvE it can work, especially Fire seems like a very, very good one already. But other than that, I think it's not the best. It's not the best. Which engineer spec do you think synergizes with Shortbow the best? For competitive modes, it's easily Holosmith because it's nice damage from AoE and through walls even. If you're talking about PvE, I would say it's Scrapper, because you can play support Scrapper with Shortbow and have really nice boons, really nice healing, super speed. That's probably the best choice. Yeah. Quick DPS Herald with full Berserker gear? Yes, exactly. Exactly. You can even go for some Dragon pieces in there, but I think if you can get Berserker, that's probably the safest bet. Yeah. Absolutely. What do you think about Conduit? I'm kinda bummed because all the other elite specs feel so much better to play. I think Conduit looks worse, or looks the worst, I would say, probably, in the beta event. And because of that, I'm actually very excited. That might seem like a really weird thing, but I think because of that, it's quite likely to be the most broken spec or the most reworked spec when the expansion actually launches. So in that regard, I actually expect it to be a very, very like reworked spec, which likely will be very strong. That is my hope there, because it seems so weak in the beta event that the devs have to change something. That is my hope. Hopefully, I'm not like disappointed from that, but I would expect that's the case. Yeah. Very good. Another one. How can I maintain 100% quickness uptime on Chronomancer? I'm struggling on generating clones. So you always need to have a target for that. And if you don't have a target, you cannot upkeep it 100% of the time. If you do that, of course you can, otherwise you cannot. So that means that in the end, you will definitely have to learn how to do your rotation. especially if you play Boon DPS Chronomancer, the rotation matters way more, so you have to use your Continuum Split and your Signet of Ether correctly to get all the like phantasms up and stuff. Like, I have a guide about it on my YouTube channel, you can check that one out. But in general, it's really important, Leo, that you always focus on keeping the boons up and therefore doing the rotation correctly, and the damage comes second if you're playing Boon DPS. If you're playing a healer, then it's way easier to do that as a Boon Chronomancer healer, because there you just get more boon duration and have more safety there. But even there, it's very important that you cannot upkeep quickness or alacrity permanently if you don't have a target. So even there, it's important to spawn your phantasms and shatter consistently, stuff like that. But like I said, follow the rotations on my video, !builds in the Twitch chat, and then you hopefully should get 100% boon uptime. Thanks a lot for the Prime, Nossen Bear. Thanks a lot, really appreciate it. Paragon will probably get hammered the hardest. Yeah, I think, no, I don't know. I think Paragon seems like, I think they will not change Paragon too much. I really think they will leave it like it is. I think the ones that get nerfed a bit is Amalgam, and from the DPS numbers, I think like Gale Shot probably, and maybe Troubadour will get some nerfs to the damage numbers, or the numbers in general. But I think like Conduit looks like insane what they will do with the buffs. I think Luminary and Paragon will get some trade reworks, but I expect some changes, and hopefully we get some news about that soon. I will be excited to talk about that, if we get any, hopefully. Yeah. I just saw the preview pictures for the new hairstyles, looking forward for them being in the game. Yeah, I think that's really cool that they add some new fashion as well, because after all, Guild Wars 2 is a fashion simulator for most people, and more hairstyles make sense. Yeah, definitely. Definitely a good point. Any viable builds for Engineer that use Pistol? So, Jalen, the thing is, Spear is always a better choice than Pistol. Like always. Spear is just more damage. It's just power crap, pistols. But if you don't have access to Spear, you can replace Spear in like all scenarios, in all game modes, in all builds that use a Spear. You can just use the Pistol. Will deal a little bit less damage, but you will have the range option, which is obviously always good if you can damage from range. So I would say it's a solid choice. Every single Condy build, like Condition Mechanist, Condition Scrapper, Condition Holosmith, they can easily be played with Pistol for a little bit less damage than Spear. So safe to do that. Is Generation 2 Legendaries even worth crafting with those Gen 1 crafting kits in the Wizard's World? So they are always more expensive. If you like the skin, go for Generation 2 ones. But if you are just in for the convenience, go for Generation 1 or even Generation 3. Generation 2 is by far the most expensive ones. So if you're only in for the quality of life, don't go for them. Yeah, Amalgam was absolutely insane. I definitely see Amalgam getting quite nerfed quite bad. I think Amalgam was the most broken one in the beta in all game modes, so I think they will nerf it. Weapons in general are only worth if you want the skin, so if you like it, go for it. I think if you like the quality of life as swapping around with a specific weapon, if you use like Spear on 3 different classes, it can still be worth for the quality of life. But I think for the weapons, it's definitely very important that you also like the skin. Otherwise, you waste a lot of gold just for quality of life that you maybe only use in 1 build or 2 builds. Good point. There will be no new bears. We don't know about that yet. We don't know more about that. But there will be new hairstyles. That much is confirmed. And they look quite good, I would say. But I'm not a fashion enthusiast, so I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. Generation 3 takes almost half the Mystic Clovers. And it's also, in my opinion, the map completion is a little bit easier to get. Stuff like that is, in my opinion, also worth considering. But of course, Generation 1 with the starter kits gives you like a head start of 30 to 40% per starter kit. So it's obviously a lot of value that you get for having Generation 1s, and you don't have to spend that much money. Makes sense. Yeah, Haldi, I'm with you. I think weapons are one of the worst things to get. Like trinkets, armor, runes, sigils, they are all somewhat better than weapons. I think maybe only the relic and maybe like underwater weapons or like even sigils. There are some people that say sigils are not worth it, but I would say it depends heavily how you play. So if you only play one character, then I think weapons might not be that good. But if you play like 9 different classes, all of them use spear in the builds, then maybe a spear is a really good choice. So it depends heavily how you play the game, but I would say legendaries are very personal in that regard. But weapons and trinkets, or armors and armor and trinkets, that's what I meant. Those are probably always the best choices, at least to go first. Yeah, the relic is very expensive to get right now. That's why I always say it's probably not the safest to get the relic first. It's very expensive and it's not always necessary to swap relics that often. Yeah, the new spear or any legendary with the Generation 1 double starter kit is almost free. It's crazy. You will see that on that account. I'm using those, and I like need just a few more spirit shards and a little bit more mystic clovers, and then like I'm done. It's really, really good to get this. It's really good. Yeah, good point. Where did they post the new hairstyle preview? I think it was on one of their social media. It was not on the forum, and it was also not in a video. I think it was just on social media where they posted it. Sadly. I think they should make stuff like that more active. They should post it on forums, maybe make a Reddit post, maybe make even a YouTube video about it, a short one, so that there is more information for people that don't have access to the specific like thing where they've found it. Yeah, they have a forum gallery now. Yeah, that's a good point, Jok. They have that now. But I think it's not as promoted. They should have at least a news post about it, to be honest. Like, by the way, we have this now new forum gallery where you can see it. But it's definitely not as like public as, for example, like, I don't know, patch notes. They are way more like spread, or even the previews for all the live streams or the elite specs or stuff like that. So I think they should just make more content around that, because that's hype as well, you know, more stuff that comes with the expansion, that's hype. So why not like market it a bit more? Do you have all the mounts already? No, I have only the Raptor, the Springer, and the Warclaw. I will go for them at some point, but right now I'm like really farming for the legendary. So that's the next thing that we are going for. Let's see, this guy seems IFK. How did we lose the map? That's crazy, we lost the whole map. Yes, the Halloween update will happen on the 7th. Will happen on the 7th. Oh, I don't have a dodge. That's a little bit scary, not having a dodge. And this guy is so dead. Now we can let him bleed and can go for the decap. Do you have any tips for how to progress from Agony Infusions that give you 150 plus stats to stat-infused Agony Infusions? Is it worthwhile? I would say it's worthwhile if you are planning on doing like the absolute amount of highest DPS, because it increases your damage by like 1 to 2%. So it's not like insane damage numbers. If you can not reach like 90 or higher than 90% of the benchmark, then it will not change too much anyway. So I would say personally, it is worth it for really try-hard players. But it's not the go-to for like most of the players. It's not the most important thing to go for. It's also quite expensive to go for full stat infusions. If you want to have Agony on top of that, it can be quite expensive. So I don't even have it on like most of my characters, because it's just a lot of, on my main account specifically, because it's just a lot of gold that you invest into stuff that is like in most scenarios way more skill-based than it is actually based on anything else than skill. Oh my god. That was a nasty Condi spike. Luckily I had the Shroud and I cleansed all the Condis. What is going on here? Let's go for the kill here. We have to get the kill. Nice, we got the kill. Get the rally out of that. And hopefully we get another kill. How many thieves are in this game? There are 3 thieves. 2 of them are Condi daredevils? What the fuck? It's crazy. Now the Halloween is happening at the 7th of October, so it will be in 1 week. In 1 week will be the Halloween update, and it will probably last for 3 weeks as far as I would say. So it will probably end, maybe it lasts for 4 weeks, maybe it's 4 weeks, because it's typically, that would be weird if it ends on Halloween. So probably 4 weeks, so the first week of the expansion will probably also be the one. But there is a post about it, so maybe check that one out. Yeah, Roller Beetle is a really cool mount. I like it a lot, mate. We should keep the point. It's a really cool one, very unique. Also, I see some Fractal Gods around the 200 plus. Is it worth for DPS as well as Boon DPS? So I would say if you have Fractal God, and if for Boon DPS, it's definitely worth it to go for the highest amount of Agony that you can get, for Boon DPS specifically, because you get some Boon duration out of it. But for all like supports or DPS builds, it's not like absolutely necessary. Of course it can help, it can be fun to have high Agony resistance while also getting the stat infusions, but it's really not like the most important thing. I would say for most people it's not important, but if you want to speedrun Fractals, sure, go for it, definitely. For Elementalist, do you prefer Cutter or Tempest for open world? I personally like Catalyst more because it's more burst focused than Tempest. Tempest is more like condi focused most of the time, and conditions are in open world a little bit harder to make use out of. He has a lot of like condis applied, but other than that, it's not that much. But yeah, so I would say probably Catalyst is my preferred choice. But in open world solo content, I would say it's way better to go for Tempest. I have such a good build for solo play out there. It's really, really strong. That's a support guardian. Okay, let's duel a support guardian. Let's go. That was a good wall, but I mean, you will still die, you know? You don't have enough cleanses to outlast me. He will go invulnerable in a bit. And yeah, I mean, that's like why my team is rotating into me. That's like a classic rotation that you should not do. But okay, it's fine, it's fine. If you only play one character but you swap builds a lot, then the weapons still might be worth going for. Exactly. I think it's really, it depends a bit on what kind of classes you're playing and what kind of playstyle you have. This is a good target, I think. There are a lot of people here. There are 4 people here. What is going on? Ew. That's scary. That's a scary match, to be honest. Very scary. Ooh. Ooh. That was a nasty CC chain. Very good. And go for the corrupt here. Nice. We get another kill. Yeah, I have to concentrate a little bit here. It slightly gets a little bit more challenging, I have to be honest here. This guy is dead. And yeah, okay, we swung the map back in our favor, but it's a little bit scary match. But on Scrapper, you already run full Berserker, so don't gain anything. That is true, that is true. It depends a bit on what kind of build you're running. Some builds can get something from boon duration, like Alacrity Renegade in Fractals, but if you're running a boon DPS that runs already full Berserker, you don't get anything other than some defensive stats. But it can still be worthwhile if you like it, yeah. Yeah. I have my like community guild, you can join it. It's called Silma Gaming Community. If you want to join, just write me on Discord or write me in game on my main account and I can invite you. Yes, we are new player friendly. We take everyone. If you're a friendly player, we will help you out with the guild. Yeah, I think Fractals is really good. Fractals are really fun and it's a really good thing to engage with as a new player. And the Fractal quick play is definitely something that makes a lot of sense to get into. This guy is quite fast. Okay. Maybe we can go for the 2v2, 1v2, whatever. We will hopefully win this. Scrapper is the target. Good target, I guess. The healing is there. That's not good. The support is healing, but it's okay. I think we will now get the kill anyway. And we really need to get the corrupt here. Please let me corrupt. Nice. Now we have the kill. Have to be careful. They don't have Signet. It's good. We don't have any stability anymore. I think we can CC chain this guy. Yep. They have the Signet again. Okay, that's good. We got the kill anyway. Really nice. Now the cavalry arrives. 3 other people here. 2 thieves. So I should be fine here. Want to get the Condi transfer. And I think this match is probably over. But don't call it over before it is, because at some point you might still lose. So better be careful. But I think this looks quite good. When playing Reaper, I always have the feeling that my charge spell is not hitting perfectly. Yeah, the charge spell is one of the weirdest skills in the entire game. It's like it doesn't retarget, it does not work properly if the target is moving at all. So don't worry too much. It's a skill that you will probably not land if the target is moving at any point. So just like try to land it, but don't expect it to land. That's my tip there. If you could only play one class for every game mode, which would you play? if I would only play one class in all game modes, if I could not swap, I would say it's probably like Catalyst. Catalyst is probably one of the best classes for that. But all other classes, or like, probably right now it's Catalyst, yeah. Okay. Then I go for the cap here, I guess. But it will switch with the expansion for sure. Oh, the thief is coming. Let's go for some jumping puzzle here. Okay. I mean, the thief is dead here, I think. Pretty sure. Go for more CC. Get the interrupt. Some Condi clans. Go to no pot spot. The Condis. Okay, okay. That's what I meant, you know. I can easily outplay the opponents if I just play well enough. There we go. Got a kill. And hopefully we get another kill here soon. Very good. And I think the match is over anyway. There we go. Classic rank match in the beginning. Not too special. A lot of top stats, a lot of achievements as well. A lot of loot from that. Yeah. Holy moly. 500,000 damage and 50% of team. Not bad, not bad. I expected I got a lot of damage, but that's a lot of damage. I've seen your healer PvE tier list just today. Do you by any chance have one for World vs. World as well? Yes, I have all tier lists for all game modes. I have one for World vs. World as well, yes. I don't have a specific healer tier list for only World vs. World, because in World vs. World the meta is way more strict as it is in PvE. So I have a tier list for all roles in one tier list in World vs. World. But you can type in, or you can just check out my spreadsheet, which is linked in the YouTube channel in the description down below, or you can just check out my, like on Twitch, you can type ! builds or guides, whatever you want, and there's a spreadsheet which links you to the tier list, specifically in the builds spreadsheet. But yeah, you will find it if you just look for on my YouTube channel for World vs. World tier list. Makes sense. Will a range Condi build not pretty much always outdamage a power melee build? It depends on the encounter. If you have an encounter where you have to move a lot, where your boss is not always viable to be in melee range, then you are right. If the fight is long enough, but in most situations, like in Fractals, where you can stay melee all the time, a power build is just straight up better because the burst potential typically is like higher than it is for a Condi build. So it depends a bit on the situation, but you're right, in a fight and raids where you have to move a lot, do a lot of mechanics, where the boss is moving, ranged builds are superior. Not strictly Condi builds, but ranged builds. How to start playing strike missions when you are new? You will just join any group, you know, they mostly don't even look for people. But I have a guide coming up about how to strike. You know, for example, this, just join, you know, there is no like requirement other than knowing where to go. And I will have a guide for where to go, so that will help you. On a channel, like, just join groups that don't look for people that have a specific like experience level, and then you can join. That's how it works. Yeah, that's it. If I hit a power attack for 10k damage, I do it instantly. A Condi damage attack does it over 10 seconds. So while we are both dodging, I already did the 10k, if that makes sense. Exactly. It's really about power builds are always superior to a Condi build, always. But there are some situations where a range build is more likely to be having higher DPS than a melee build. But in Guild Wars 2 there is this weird conundrum that Condi builds have typically more range in them than melee builds, than power builds, which are typically more melee focused. So there is this weird interaction, but a range build can deal more damage while you're in a real fight, but it's not specifically a Condi build. Power build is always superior. So if you have a ranged power build, it's always the best choice that you can get. Always. How can you open a chest and not get a pop-up? You can just right-click it. So if you left-click a chest, then you will get the pop-up. If you right-click it, you instantly get it into your inventory. That works for like 90% of the chests. Yes. Is Ascended Gear a must for World vs. World, or is Exotic Gear fine? So Exotic is completely fine as long as you run a build that is somewhat coherent and makes sense. Exotic is completely fine. Of course, Ascended is better. You will survive longer, you will deal more damage, but it's not necessary, especially if you're just starting out. Yeah, see you, pal. See you. Yes, the new expansion also works for the referral link also works for pre-ordering the expansion. Yes, and even for normal purchases, for all the expansions, for everything. So if you want to support me and get any expansion, the new one, the old ones, whatever, you can use my referral link for no additional cost, and I get some support as well. That's how it works. Conny builds can have higher sustained damage. It's just about how it's balanced. Exactly. It's about, I'm just talking about in an ideal world, a power build would have higher burst damage but lower sustained damage than a Conny build. And a range build would have lower damage than a melee build in an ideal world. In Guild Wars 2, that's not strictly speaking always the case, and that's why a lot of people refer to some fights as Conny fights, but they are more strictly speaking ranged fights, not Conny fights. So just saying, but that's like very like depends on the boss. We can do a deep dive on each bosses and say that's a specific fight for that, that's a specific fight for that. But in general, most DPS builds work. I would just say for Fractal specifically, power builds are mostly the go-to option because they are over so fast that Conny builds will never get to their consistent sustained damage number that is higher than a power burst. That hopefully makes sense to all of you. Best Mesmer weapon for leveling? Probably Greatsword and Sword main hand. Those two probably the best choices because you can deal some nice power damage from range, also having some nice evades in there. I think that's the way to go, yeah. Thanks for the support, Tim. Really appreciate it. The best thing I've learned today was that you can learn a whole spec tree with 2 clicks. I was astonished. That's good to know. Always happy to help, no problem. What is considered the best range power build for Necromancer? The best range power build for Necromancer. Harbinger, Power Harbinger, like without a doubt. Power Harbinger because the Shroud in Harbinger gives you some range damage and you can play some melee weapons, but typically you don't need to if you don't want to. You can play the Axe and you have some range damage as well. It's really strong. Yeah, that's what I would say. What about trinkets in World vs. World? Do you get exotic stat selectable ones? So if you can get the exotic ones from World vs. World, you can get the armor there and weapons, and I think you can even get the exotic trinkets nowadays. And then it's really easy to get this, and it's stat selectable, it's really nice. But trinkets give you the most amount of stats, so in general I would recommend going for ascended trinkets as fast as possible if you want to get the most amount of value for your game plan, and be sure to win as much as possible. But of course full exotic is completely fine as well. Welcome one more pull, welcome. But yeah, that's how it works. Thanks a lot Dova Nova for the Prime, really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for the support. But yeah, oh, I want to get ready. Nice, everyone is ready. So we will slowly encounter some matches where we will not win anymore. Look at this, like I have like a, I don't know, 80% win rate, but at some point I will lose because that just happens that I will now encounter players that are not new anymore. And I will just encounter players that are on a similar skill level to me. So I expect some kind of big losing streak coming in at some point. But for now, let's try our best and have some fun and hopefully win some more matches to get some more Mystic Clovers. This guy seems like dead. Just straight up dead. Okay, there are 3 people here. I'm not sure if I can get the kill here. I get the stability here and hopefully... No, they got the rally. Okay, this guy's dead again. That's good to know. Is this a Conny build? I'm not sure. If it's a Conny build, I'm a little bit stressed. No, it's not a Conny build. That's good. We win this. Okay. Then we push far to get the respawns and hopefully win a 1v2 and carry the match this way. But it doesn't really matter. I think this is again a match which seems quite likely that we will win. So I will try to play as good as possible, but it's probably looks quite well, to be honest. Hope you can go full time. Yeah, I hope so too. It's my dream, so to say, and I'm putting a lot of effort in. Hopefully that works out. We will see. The next 2 months are deciding for that. And the expansion, I'm very excited to have some time to play the expansion quite like actively, quite extensively. But my question was for Elementalist, what do you prefer between Tempest and Catalyst for open world and general PvE, as well as what weapons? So weapons is always Scepter and Dagger. It's like, it doesn't matter if you're playing Condy or Power, it's like the best choice. If you, oh my god, like look at this. This was the only thing that stopped me here. Yeah, but yeah. I would say Tempest is a little bit easier to play. I personally like Catalyst a little bit more because Catalyst is more flexible and has more burst damage. But I personally think both of them are fine. Tempest is easier, whereas Catalyst is, in my opinion, a bit more flexible and stronger for damage output. But in general, like both of them are very good, but both of them run Scepter and Dagger as the most damaging attacks, or best options for damage, I would say. But you can also run for Condi if you really want to play a Condi build. You can run also the Pistol. Pistol is also a viable pick for both of them for Condi, but I would not really recommend a Condi Catalyst. It exists. It's actually a decent build, but look at this. I completely juked this attack because it just moved weirdly. Okay, can we survive this? I think we can. Get the interrupt here. The Condi burst. Okay, I think we survive here. Very good. That was quite scary, to be honest. Is it possible to do both power and Condi build? Elementalist Fire does both. So you can do builds that deal damage via power and Condi, yes. Like for example, the Inferno Tempest that uses like the Inferno trait. You use like a lot of Berserker gear and get some burning duration and you get some nice burning damage out there. But it's not, in my opinion, like a lot of builds that do a lot of power damage while also doing a lot of Condi damage. It's really just like, for example, this Inferno build. All other builds, I would say, are either or, typically. It's not, most of them are both. That's just in Guild Wars 2 from the stat design that doesn't really work. There are some stats that give you both, but typically they favor Condi builds more than power in that regard. So I hope that makes sense. But like I said, check out my YouTube channel. I have an Inferno Tempest build guide, and that should hopefully answer the question for you as well. Get the interrupt. No, get the blind. I will just run out. Very good. Hopefully we get the decap here. Looks good. Get some nice damage out. Dodge this. Very nice. What is this? What kind of relic is this guy running? It's okay. We will win anyway. Activate my stun break here just to cleanse some Condis and then leave because there's another enemy player coming. And then we will kill this guy here. Very good. Looks good. And then we will hopefully they go for a res. Because if they go for a res, I can do some nice cleave here. Very good. That's what I wanted. And I think we win this 1v2 here very clearly. Have to be a bit careful with the Ranger though. Rangers can be a bit annoying because they have some self-resurrect in the downstat. But easy 1v2. Oh, the Willbender is here. That's not good. But easy, nice. That's the win. That's the end of the match. Not too bad. Not too bad. What is your starting spec from the new expansion? We will see. Probably it will be. I will decide on the day. I have no clue yet, to be honest. I think there are so many good ones. Maybe it will be Mesmer because Troubadour seems like absolutely busted. But maybe it will be something else just for fun and just some different stuff. Maybe we will see. I have not decided. I still have like 4 weeks to decide. No, I'm not that good. It looks like I'm really good at PvP just because I'm playing against really new players. It's not. I'm decent. But it's just like the players that I'm fighting against, they are quite new, you know? They are not the best, you know? It's just quite unfair. That's more like it. What's your opinion on healers for fractals? Can't decide between Chrono, Spectre, and maybe some others. I would say Chronomancer is the best if you want to have the absolute best one, but Spectre is a solid choice as well. I wouldn't go for Scourge, I wouldn't go for Druid if you have the options to play others. But even then, even those are good. So I would say if you want the absolute best, go for Chronomancer. If you want to have a nice spec that is somewhat close to Chronomancer, go for Spectre. And if you really like the others, go for them. But I think Chronomancer is by far the best option. There we go. A lot of achievements. It's actually crazy how many achievements I have. Like almost 2K already. That's actually crazy how many achievements I get. Not bad, not bad. What is the main thing with Catalyst? Drop Shadesphere in every element and do a finisher? Exactly. That's you don't even have to do a finisher. Typically, it's enough to just play and just continue spamming your Shadespheres. That's it. Finishers are obviously good, but it's not that important. And Scepter Dagger, you just swap to all the elements, use your blast finishers, use your attacks, and swap to another element, use all your attacks, swap to another element, use the Shadespheres, do all attacks. It's like always the same loop. And Catalyst is quite piano, like you playing like a lot of attack presses and stuff, but it does a lot of damage, does a lot of boons, and has even some healing and utility in there. So that's why I like Catalyst. That's my tip there, yeah. In my opinion, Inferno Tempest is still a Condi build. Even if it has higher power contribution, it doesn't matter what stats it uses. The damage profile is still Condi. Yeah, that is a fair point. It's a fair point. But tell me one build that has a Condi, clearly Condi-based thing that is a power-based profile. That's probably only like a burn build that has insane burning spikes. Maybe a burn Willbender, but that doesn't get anywhere close to like a 90k power damage spike of a Scrapper or Amalgam or Gale Shot or Soul Beast or something. So it's like power builds will always have a bigger burst potential, bigger spike in the beginning than a Condi build. That's just how it goes. Yeah. Yeah, Snowdrop, that is correct. That is I'm trying to do at least. Yeah. I had the like idea to make this work. Let's see if that works. I will try my best. Wasn't Scourge absolute busted for a time? I remember hearing about it quite a bit. Yes, Scourge was really, really strong. They nerfed it down like crazy, but it's still a really good pick. It's really safe. It's in PvE we're talking. It is a very good pick now for safe players, but it's not a good pick for the highest amount of damage players. So if you want to get like insane damage numbers, Scourge might not be the pick, but if you want to clear the fight, Scourge is a pick for you. Yes. Is Heal Mechanist good compared to other healers? I would say Heal Mechanist is for me like medium. It's not a bad pick, but it's definitely not a good pick either. So I would say if you had the option to go for other healers, I would rather go for most other healers than Heal Mechanist. But compared to, for example, healers that are not possible or you should not play, like Heal Deadeye, it's definitely way better than that. I would say it's a decent pick. But if you compare to Chronomancer, to Scourge, to Druid, they are just way better than Heal Mechanist. So if you like Engineer, go for Heal Scrapper, go for Heal Mechanist, they are good. But I would say if you play all other classes as well, then probably go for another class that has a little bit better healing output than those. That's good, Snowdrop. That's very good to hear. Welcome, Dubio, welcome. Welcome to the stream. But as always, if you have any questions, just let me know. And don't forget, starting today, we have expansion sales going on. So if you don't have all the expansion, if you want to get any, then be sure to use my referral link if you want to support me for free. But I also want to mention that if you only need one specific expansion from the older ones, even Chante Waltz is now on sale. That's really cool. And the cool part is, with the expansion coming up, you still have a month to play those expansions that you just purchased. And with the new expansion, it's obviously not on sale, but you will have that in 1 month. And if you wait a little bit longer, maybe if you just can't spare any more money, I think that will also go on sale at some point. Probably will take a couple of months until this happens. So just wanted to mention that here. Yeah, exactly. It's like Chronomancer is like right now, even with the nerfs to the stability output, it's still the best healer. And I think that will probably not even change with the expansion. I think Troubadour will be a really, really good pick in a lot of scenarios. But I think in a lot of other scenarios, Chronomancer will still be the best pick because it's so flexible with the amount of CC, with the amount of stability, with the amount of H's. It's just really, really strong. And because of that, I think Chronomancer will always be a really good pick if they don't nerf it even further. We will see. But for now, I don't have any proof that they will nerf that. Speaking of Heal Mechanist, I was just joining to ask about it. Do you think Heal Alacrity Maker is still viable in late game fractals? What does viable mean? You know, fractals are in a spot where you can say I could play a Heal Deadeye, yeah, a build that no one ever played, yeah. I could play that and I can clear fractals, even the challenge modes with them. So is it viable? Yes, Heal Mechanist is definitely viable. It's way better than Heal Deadeye for sure. But is it like a top pick? No, definitely not. It's a decent pick. I would say like somewhere like B tier, something like that. If you had a classic tier list, it works and you have no problem clearing all the fractals, even challenge mode. But there are way better picks. Just that's it. So if you enjoy it, if you don't have any other options, go for it. but if you have other options or if you don't really enjoy it that much, maybe play something else. That's my summary here. Yeah, healer without stability in fractal CMs is painful, that is true, but you can do it. Yeah, you can do it. But, you know, fractals are designed in a way that you can do all the mechanics without having the need for a specific boon. That's just how it's designed. Of course, that doesn't mean it's fun to play without that, especially if you're the DPS like a Soul Beast, but that's how it goes. Yeah, if you are pugging and you find a group that has a heal mechanist, probably not the most exciting experience for you, but it can work. Yeah, exactly. Play for fun, not the matter. But of course, if you like play absolutely disgusting, not like really like good spec, just to have fun and grief the party members, I think there is at some point you reach the threshold where you say, okay, this might not be fun anymore to play that just because it's a fun build for me. You know, if you're playing in a group, there are also 4 other people at least, maybe 9 if you're in a squad. So maybe not grief them too much by playing a build that you consider fun but is completely off meta. So keep that in mind. But I'm obviously always up for some crazy cooks for builds. You know me. Doable means 5 times longer, which is just pain. Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't say I wouldn't recommend it, but I'm just saying it can be done. I would not recommend playing heal mechanists and fractals. That's the short answer. I don't have a guide about the upcoming Halloween event yet. I will do one, but I'm not sure if I will do it beforehand because there might be some additions coming with the Halloween event. So it's a little bit weird to make a guide before the Halloween event drops because there might be, maybe that happens sometimes, some new activities or at least some new rewards that you can get. I want to cover everything in a video and I don't want to make a video beforehand and then coming up with another video that says, oh, by the way, there is something new now as well. So I will do a video about that, hopefully all together. Basically, your fun is not more valuable than other people's fun, so you need to balance that. Good point, exactly. That's what I wanted to say. So let's get some hydration going. So, another PvP match. Where are we? I think we have to lose at some point. We cannot win like insane. What is my winning streak here? Like, I won in the last 10 matches. I won 8 matches. I think I will lose at some point. We will see. We will see. Looks scary. We have 2 Tempests. Is one support? That would be... that's a support Tempest. That's good. That's what we like. We will see. We will see. It's a Willbender. Okay. It's a good target here, I guess. This guy is already almost dead. It's crazy. Almost dead. Okay. Oh no, my teammate is also dead. Not almost, they are dead. So we have to be a little bit careful here. Can we get the rest here? No. Let him die and then get the counter kill here. Because otherwise the enemy might be rallying. Oh no, they have another kill. Ah, that looks a little bit scary, to be honest, that match. I don't know what I can do here. My team just died randomly off screen. This guy might be dead, yes. Maybe we go for a rest here and I can get some cleave going. That would be good, but I'm against so many people, I'm not even sure if I can get the cleave here. Get the dodge on the CC, get some... Oh my god, I couldn't get the poison application. Get some corrupt, dodge this. And we will cast this here now and go back and get a CC. And we get another downstat. That's actually quite nasty. How many people killed we there? Like, that was actually quite good, to be honest. I did not expect it worked out so well. We got the decap and we got 2 kills from that. And my team is on respawn and now we can win the whole map. I did not expect that to work out that well, but okay, worked. Very nice. But yeah, more stuff to come. More stuff to come about the Halloween event. It's one of my favorite events and I will do a guide about builds to run, the Lab King, Lab Farm. I want to do guides about all the good stuff. Oh, the burning transfer was nasty, I have to be honest. But the event itself has also a lot of different activities that you can do. So I will do a guide about those as well. But yeah, Halloween, very good event to get started as a new player. You don't even have to be level 80. You can use the labyrinth farm if you want to level your characters or alternate characters as well. It's really good for that. Who plays with this skill? It's insane. That's some cooking going on. There are 4 people here. Get the CC going. CC Chaining Tempest is always good. They don't have that many stun breaks. Ooh, that's a kill. There is another player here. We get the Corrupt. Very good. What mastery level are you on your 0 to hero account? I think like 23 or something. Yeah, 23. So not as high. Not as high yet. But we will get there. We will slowly increase it. We have some mastery points to spend. It's more about like getting mastery points for Corturia, which is giving me auto loot mastery. So we will get that at some point, hopefully. But that's the most annoying one for me to grind right now. Can you balance the builds so not everyone is running Boon Herald? That I will try to make a tier list, or not a tier list, but like a top 5 picks. And I will not only put in like Herald, Herald, Herald. I will of course do 5 different builds. So there might be some builds that are not Herald, and hopefully some people that don't enjoy Herald, or some people that don't have Revenant as a class will also have fun. Yes, I will try to do that. And I think there are actually decent builds that are not Herald. Like there are decent builds to farm, definitely. So this should be a good target. It's a Burn Willbender or something like that. It's a crazy build. Some CC, I guess. Nice. Corrupt, CC chaining here. And another CC chain. Look at this. Like I CC'd this guy for like 4 seconds straight or something, or even longer, like 6 seconds straight. And we get another kill, hopefully. There's another one. Get a Corrupt? Nope, not yet. And another Corrupt. There we go, another kill. Looks good. Looks good. I had to play World vs. World last weekend for 2 Gift of Battles, and my goodness, how mobile are thieves. I could charge forward with my Shroud 2, meanwhile those guys blink 50 meters in 2 seconds. Yeah, that's Thief. That's how thieves work. So if you like to be mobile, Thief is a good pick. If you don't want to be squishy, Thief might not be the best pick. But yeah, it's just like roaming and thieves is just, they're going hand in hand, I would say. So if you like this, go for it. If you don't like that, then maybe roaming or especially playing thief is not for you. Would you have a suggestion for heavy class for healing and low intensity? Yes, I would go for, surprisingly enough, I have a guide about this and I'm really surprised that it works so well, is Healing Willbender. Yes, that works. Healing Willbender is a very, very good low intensity healer. It works in like 90% of the content very well. And it's a really, I would say, a strong pick for people that just want to press like 2 buttons while also providing a lot of boons and a lot of healing to the party. So I would say a perfect pick for a lot of low intensity enjoyers. And yeah, I would be sure to give it a try. It's just using the same gear as like a full Firebrand healer or any healer for the most part, full Harrier, stuff like that. And really easy to get the gear, I would, or to use the gear on multiple classes while still having a low intensity build. Yeah, I like it. It's a good suggestion. What like top 3 roaming classes would you recommend for someone to try find a favorite or just learn the game a little more? I would say Dagger Catalyst is right now very, very strong in roaming and very easy to get into. I think Untamed can be a very strong roamer. It's not the easiest to get into, but it's very, very strong. So if you enjoy Ranger, that might be a very good pick for you. And get the CC? Nope. And other than that, what is the last one that I would recommend? I don't know, maybe the Bruiser Willbender build that I made like a week ago or 2 weeks ago or something like that. This is a really, really strong one. It's very safe, has nice damage, has some sustain in the kit. Probably those 3 are easy to get into while also being very strong right now. Yeah, that would be my choices. I have, except for the Untamed build, I have for the other 2, I have a guide on my YouTube channel. I think Harbinger is very strong, that is true. But with the nerfs to some stuff from Harbinger, I think it's fallen a little bit down. Especially because it was always like one of the easy builds. But now with the nerf, it's an easy build that is a little bit struggling against one of the best builds. So I personally say Harbinger still very good. Condi or Power, both of them very easy to play. But they are not as broken as they once were. So just saying. But yeah, you're right. Top, definitely a very good one as well. Yeah, exactly. If you like Willbender, or if you want to be fast, Willbender is a very good pick for that. So let's get some more, a lot of karma here, very good. Open some chests, get some more spirit shards, not bad, not bad. We need a little bit more, hopefully. We will see how much longer we need for the spirit shards. We also need a little bit more to get finally the, how is it called? The Mystic Clovers. We need all the Mystic Clovers that we can get. So let's see. Oh, an exotic. Nice. Some gold out of that. Not bad, not bad. A lot of those. Okay, okay. I cannot use my deposit button because I have some materials stored here that I don't want to get deposited. So that's why I'm not doing that. So if you're wondering, I have to always use the right click one, but it's okay. That's okay. Almost done anyway. And does that give spirit shards? Yes, it gave a spirit shard. Very good. We need more spirit shards. How many do we have? 13 more to go. Okay, that is probably not doable today, but we will get it probably done tomorrow. I'm pretty sure about that. And we're almost done with the reward track, which is really good. Really nice. That's what we like. And we will see. We will see. Hopefully we can win another match and then we can get some nice progress. That's what we like. Hopefully we can get the legendary very soon. How would you compare Willbender, low intensity heal, against Herald heal with staff? I would say it's way better. Like, heal Willbender is way easier to play. Or, yeah, it needs 2 buttons to press and you have like a lot of healing output and you have a lot of boon output. On Herald, the boon output is similar, but the healing output is way lower. So I would say, personally, Willbender is a better pick for that. Like, just straight up. I would say, try it and you will see what I mean. It's really, really easy. Are there any PvP and World vs. World reward tracks that you would recommend? So I would always go and check what kind of non-repeatable reward tracks you have. So there are 2 types of reward tracks. Like for example, if you hover over it, it always says if it's repeatable. So all of those are non-repeatable. I would go for those first. And then there is some that are repeatable that have those sign here, this repeatable sign, and those are worth less because you can farm them indefinitely. All the ones that are non-repeatable give you more rewards at the end, specifically Mystic Clovers, so I would always go for those first. If you have all of them done, then I would go and repeat whatever you need. So for example, if you need End of Dragons, you farm End of Dragons repeatable reward track to get some more writs, some more End of Dragons currency. Or if you need the dungeon tokens, go for the dungeon one. And if you, currently there is a bug with the Silver Waste reward track with the repeatable version, which also gives 7 Mystic Clovers. But all the others are normally 2 Mystic Clovers for repeating. So that's why I would not recommend going for the repeatable ones before you have done all the non-repeatable ones. Yes. What should I do as a support in PvP when I feel like we just lack damage to kill anyone? It feels like 80% of my losses. If you're like a support main, you cannot do anything about it because like if your team lacks damage, what will you do? Swap to a different build? Yeah, sure. But if you're really bad at it, maybe that's not the smartest choice either. So I would say that's just the life of a support in solo queue. If you get a friend that can play a DPS build, then you could solve this in duo queuing. If you cannot do that, I guess you have to live with it, or maybe learn a DPS build that you can swap to. Yeah, that you can, because you, before going into a match, you can always swap classes before the match itself starts. So in the first 2 minutes, where you are like this pop-up here, are you ready? If you have this pop-up, that means that you can still swap classes and builds and stuff. So that is what I would recommend if you want to make sure that you hopefully maybe get some enough DPS. But it's definitely not not a guarantee that you will have that. This guy, hopefully we get the kill. Oh my god, they have a support and we don't. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't look that good. I will go for far because this team fight is lost. This is lost. Always happy to help, always happy to help. Oh my god, my teammate lost the 101. Hopefully we can get there in time. And get some CC here. Nice. This guy's dead. Get the rest here. Let them bleed off point, hopefully. They will do the fear in a second. Apparently not. That's also good for me. Then I will just leave again and let them cap. Hopefully they will not die again. Looks like they are almost dying. What are they doing? Don't die. That's like insane. I have to come back to help my thief here because they are dying against the necromancer and downstep with 40%. Okay, okay, I see you. I think the bug is still there. I hope they fix it at some point, but right now I think the bug is still there. This guy, the support is coming. That's a little bit scary. There are 3 people coming now, but we have our good thief here, so maybe we can win that 2v3. But now it looks a little bit sketchy. Nice, we got a corrupt. Have so much damage though, like 3 people. Maybe we get the poison on the support guard. Nice, nice, nice. Got some damage here. And corrupting. Yep, I think it's winnable. It's actually winnable, this match. Let's see. We will try our best. Our thief goes for the decap, okay. I will just try to interrupt the respawns. What are the best parts about Guild Wars 2 that keep you playing compared to other MMOs? It's definitely 2 things. It's the build crafting element. I really like build crafting and have some theory crafting in the background about stuff. There's so much flexibility and stuff, and I like the combat. I think Guild Wars 2 combat is amazing. I like those 2 things a lot about the game. So that's the thing, the 2 things that keep me playing all the time. If one of those would not be true, I think I might not enjoy it, or I would not play it that long at least. Yeah. Actually, I'm just sad that I didn't try out Guild Wars 2 sooner. I mean, that's really good. At least now you've tried it out, you know. I feel you, but at least now you tried it and now you're here. That's what we want. More players feeling like you, likely. That's what we want. Can't help this guy. We will just go for the decap. Can you explain when to use the silver fat and when runecraft the salvage-o-matic? Does it matter? Yes. For rare gear, level 80 that is, I would always use the silver fat, and for green gear I would use the rune crafters. And if you have the copper fat, I would use the copper fat for blue gear. That's the classic rule. But there are some exceptions and stuff. I have a full video about all the exceptions and stuff like that. But in general, like rune crafters for green gear and silver fat for rare gear. Grinding through Aurora and Vision right now using the Solo Vindicator build. It works. Yeah, that's good. Good to hear. Glad to hear. I of course tried it out, so I'm happy that you can make it to put it to good use. This guy got a lot of condis. The combat in PvP is amazing. At first it was really confusing. Yeah, I think Guild Wars 2 combat, especially PvP, can be very confusing to learn as a new player, because there's so many like intricacies. Why dodge this? Why do that? Why move there? But I think in general, like Guild Wars 2 combat is like in that regard, it's just an amazing experience. If you like deep combats and interesting like build crafting, I think Guild Wars 2 is like very, very good for that. Definitely. So I think this guy is just dead. I will have to wait though. There is another player coming. Okay, we get the kill here. They used the stun break. Now we can kill them. Very good. Yep, they don't have Shroud. Now hopefully they go for the rest. That would be the best part. And they don't go for the rest. Rest would be easy cleave, but now I'm a little bit like struggling against all the poison here. That's a little bit annoying. They get the stability as well. I can't interrupt. That's sad. Could have played that better, but it's like annoying to fight against 2 Condi people, and I will just like get a lot of Condis and I can't transfer all of them. Could have won that 1v2. What should I do with the extra incursion tokens for the fractal event? You cannot do anything. You can get more stuff from the vendor, but that's about it. If you have all the skins already, you cannot get any value from that. Because as far as I know, you cannot salvage anything. You cannot put it like to gold to any use other than that. It's just like, it can be used for the skins and that's about it. Maybe we go on this guy. It's a Reaper. It should be a somewhat easy target. Dodge the CC. It's such a close match. It's actually crazy. There's another player. Oh my god, and Lich as well. That's not good. So many people. Maybe we can get some damage out here. And some stability. How many people are here? It's actually crazy. Get some CC. Maybe CC chaining this guy. Looks like a good target. There are too many people here. I think they want to 1-1 and we win. We know that. We won that already, so we can just continue like that and we will probably win the 1-1 from that. Dodge some attacks here. Nice. A little bit of line of sight. Oh, the Condis. That was way too close because I did not have any Condi transfers, but it's fine. Just go out of line of sight so we can get the point and let them bleed there. By letting them bleed there, we just guarantee that they will have a longer respawn. Just make sure that they don't... There we go. They get the poison well off point. I will just leave them bleed there. That means that they will have a longer respawn. I can go for the kills instead and get some decaps. What is this guy doing? Nice. We will just let the ranger decap. That's good enough for me. Oh, they go for the... Nice. That's good enough for me. I can go for a lot of cleave now, and I think the ranger dies for that now. In a bit, at least. I think that is like a good point to showcase. Resurrecting is very dangerous if there's an enemy that can help you to cleave, or that will cleave you while like resing the enemy. Be careful. Be very careful. Resing can be very dangerous, especially in the current meta. I will just stick here because the enemy necromancer is on respawn and they will just push again here. Probably. If not, I can just go to mid and hit them. But I really want to contest this node. Yep, there we go. Just as expected. Dodge, exactly. Just wait a little bit until the dodge happens. Now we can CC chain. They don't have anything. They will teleport back. I can get another CC going. The corrupt and dodge this. Very good. Dodge the fear. Can maybe bait a dodge if they have it. Nope. Okay, we are not fighting against very good players. So we'll just go for the CC here. And get a corrupt here. Get a nice Condi transfer. Very good. And the Condi necro is dead. And the ranger is probably soon to follow. There we go. Very good. I mean, that was like, obviously they are quite easy to read, those players. But if you get that skill, you can see it's really nice to win matches. It's really good. Yeah. I mean, if you have any questions, just let me know. Always happy to answer as well. You know, I might not be as like easy to answer the stuff during the match, but I will come back to you after the match is over. So just ask. I'm always happy. Don't be shy. There is no stupid question. Maybe you can prove me wrong, but for now I have not seen any big stupid questions yet in the chat. So just ask. Yeah. Or if you just have any like comments, let me also know. Yeah. Always happy to ask. There we go. We won. Not bad, not bad. I'm from the southern part of Germany. Again, that was insane how many like top stats I got. Why did I get so many top stats? I was not even playing that well. Crazy. Yeah, I'm from southern part of Germany. Another spirit shots. Very good. So we need one more match and we can finally like get the spirit, the unlock, or the what's it called? Mystic Clovers. That's what we need. We get Mystic Clovers, a lot of them. We get a lot of Mystic... No, we already got it. So let's select another reward track. This one is good because it gives another 7 Mystic Clovers, so we will go for the End of Dragons one, I guess. We can also, I think, let's double check. I think the Jungle Rabbit reward track, let's double check. I think this one gives also 7 Mystic Clovers because it's not repeatable. Let's double check. I don't want to go for something that is not repeatable and doesn't give the Mystic Clovers, but I think it does. No, it does not. It only gives 2. So I just went as I predicted for the key. You get a black line key from this reward track in the middle. So I went for the key and stopped and go for one that gives me 7 Mystic Clovers. There we go, 7 Mystic Clovers. I don't know, select any leggings, I guess. Anything, doesn't matter. Gives me a skin. And there, 7 Mystic Clovers. We are at 73 Mystic Clovers. So, no, what? Yeah, 73. I can add. That's good. 73 Mystic Clovers. We need 4 Mystic Clovers. 4 more. And some Spirit Shards. So we are getting somewhere. Not bad, not bad. I guess tomorrow we can probably craft the Legendary. Very nice. Very nice. Let's double check how many Spirit Shards we need. 11 more. 11 more to go. Yes. Bavarian. But I'm not a real like Bavarian in that sense. Can't even speak the dialect that well. Rank. I'm playing ranked right now, but my rank is like, I don't know. I'm playing on this new account. My rank is like 21, but I won like 7 matches in a row. So I guess that's good, but we will lose some of them like very soon, I guess. We will fight against probably good players at some point, and then we will lose as well at some point, yeah. Which class between Mesmer and Necro is more versatile? I would say Mesmer is more versatile, but Necromancer is actually not too like strict and niche either. I think both of them are versatile, but Mesmer is a little bit stronger in that regard. What would you suggest to do to get into PvP without getting frustrated because of the steep learning curve? I just would say get in there, try a build that you find, any meta build that looks fun to you, and stick with it and just try to have fun. And always try to have the mindset of, I don't care if I win or lose, I want to have fun, I want to get better at my build, and then that winning comes with time. You will lose in the beginning at some point, that happens, you fight better players, you will lose, you don't know why you lost. Just try to get better and try to understand what killed you, and you will at some point win matches because you are skilled. That happens if you just play a lot and watch people that are good and learn from them, play this yourself to improve. I think that's the best way. There is not an easy tip to say just do that and you will easily get all the rewards or will always win. That's not how it works. What are they doing? Why do I have to go for the cap? But yeah, that's my tip. I'm not a new player. I'm just started from a new account. I wanted to get the experience, the 0 to Hero challenge, to start from scratch after playing the game on my main account for over 10k hours, to go back in and have some fun and hopefully teach people during the stream and just have some fun starting from scratch and just experiencing the game anew. That's the idea. Yeah. That's a lot of condis, my friend. Oh, double dodging. You're an easy target, my friend. Double dodging is not what you want to do. You're now dead. You are very dead. You don't know it yet, but double dodging means I can free cast. So if someone does that, that's not good. Not good for them. I will just go for some cleave here. We have to be careful because there is oh my god, there are so many people coming. I cannot contest the res here. I will just go for the decap though. Because apparently all of them left, so I will just go for the decap and dodge the attack here and go back. And hopefully we can make some outplays happen here. But it's like quite annoying to be honest. Let's get some Condi cleansed going. My teammates are here, but I mobbed, so I die on point. That's always what you want to do. You want to die on point so that the enemy team is not able to cleave you. So I would just die on point and really want to make sure that we can get enough value as possible. Hopefully we get the kill here after I die. Maybe we don't get the kill at all. But this is the first match where I say that looks scary because my teams are always like, I think they died like, every one of them died twice now. So that's not good. And I died once, they died twice. So it looks like somewhat close, but I think this is a match that I will have a lot of problems to be able to win this. It looks like very scary. One off-topic question, do you follow Bundesliga? I actually don't. I'm not that much into football. Yes, so or soccer, whatever you want to call it. I'm not a typical German. I am really sorry. It's not something that I'm the most excited about. I don't have that many hobbies aside from like playing Guild Wars 2 and making content about it, if you would have thought so, yeah. So it's like football is not what I watch. I'm more into esports. So that's more like my topic, I would say. Maybe next month we will do casting the monthly AT as well. We will see. But for now, let's stick with some 0 to Hero, maybe carry moments. It looks now way better for us, to be honest. This is now that guy. That guy moving. Okay, there we go. There's another target. No, there is some resurrecting happening. This is a... Oh my god, what did they do here? That's a little bit scary though. The trap catching me as a necromancer is very scary without the stability, but it's fine. We will now go for the decap. Very good. Let's stop. I'm a new player and I just unlocked every mount besides Skyscale. I'm kind of overwhelmed because I made a thief, but I don't like the forced movement. I mean, if you have any questions, we are always happy to answer. And it's just like join our Discord, join our guild if you want. And in general, the Guild Wars 2 community is very friendly. I can't engage there. There are 3 people. I have to disengage. So we go just here to no port spot, so they can't teleport to me and hopefully get some kills. This guy is interesting. I think if they not... I think they are dead now. They used their stun breaks. If they dodge again... I mean, now they are dead. That's good. Another kill. It's a little bit scary, to be honest. This guy, we get fear. Yep. Get the interrupt. Get some Conde transfer. Oh my god. The E-mob trap. That's insane. I got killed by the E-mob trap. I got outplayed by a non-meta build. That was insane. Did you see I was E-mobbed? If I wouldn't have been E-mobbed, I would have jumped down and run away. But the E-mob killed me there. That's crazy. They outplayed me. Like, knowingly or unwillingly or whatever, it worked. Yeah. Are Abel's opponent to see the throwing it just by the animations? Yes. And it's all about the animations. It's not like I can see any attacks, anything. I just see what you see on screen. It's just like knowledge about the builds and the stuff that you see, the attacks, and just the movement patterns of enemies. That's the main thing about getting better at PvP. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's good. It's good. If you like Necromancer, it's a good choice. Necromancer is very flexible, very strong right now, especially in PvE. As you can see, even in PvP, it's a good build. So it's a good one. It's a good one. We have to go for the res here, because otherwise they might rally. Oh my god. Okay, we got the stomp. We got another die. Nice, nice. We got a lot of damage here. I think we will win this team fight now. Yep, I think that looks quite promising. We just have to be careful. My teammates seem like they are somewhat like close to death anyway. Oh, the enemy team is so far ahead. I don't want to push far because they will all be on respawn, so not pushing far is probably the smarter choice. Reinforcing close is probably the way to go. There are already 2 people. The enemy Necromancer is pushing mid. They are doing beast, but I can't steal that. I'm green. I'm green, yeah, I'm green. I'm role-playing as the Necromancer, filthy, yeah. What would you consider to have made it as full-time content creator, not have to look for a new job? If my expenses for a month are consistently for the whole month are, so to say, higher, my expenses are lower than the income that I get for a month. So if the expansion now drastically boosts my income from YouTube, from Twitch, or whatever, yeah, and then I consider, so to say, that I am somewhat able to live from it. But if it's like barely there and I cannot guarantee that it will be stable for multiple months, then I would definitely say I have to look for a different job and not say like content creations. At least Guild Wars 2 content creation is not able to. Oh my god, how many people are there? 5 people? So this is what I would say. But might change. But for now, that is my goal. If I just can get a, so to say, 0 money with all my expenses after that, then I'm good. Then I'm good. Oh my god, how many people are here? So let's go out of here and just go back up here. Very nice. Ooh. Yeah, too many people here. You can always consume love things, right? Yes, you can always consume them. What is my team doing? I killed 2 people here. Ah, that's so close. We are 100 points behind, but we are at a double cap. So if we get a beast or if we get kills, we actually win the match here. But we do have to do that. No, don't worry, don't worry. Don't worry, it's always nice if you have questions. Yes, Prime subscriptions are obviously free for you to some extent and can give me some money. That's always good. If you want to support me, always a good choice. Nice, this guy is probably a dead person. Doesn't know it yet, but they are very dead. Very, very dead. They have way too little health. There we go. Killed them. But the enemy team also got a kill at mid, so we have to be really careful here. Yeah, I mean, if you want to get a lot of money, probably the hot tub category is not a bad choice. Oh no, they are going for Beast. Oh no, they want to lose the match. They want to lose as fast as possible. Don't go for Beast at this point, because the enemy team will instantly win if they get the Beast. So we have to be like absolutely like careful. We have to CC the guys like insanely here. We got the Beast. That is like 50-50. That's like an absolute split. It's insane. But we lost the mid fight for that. I think we will lose the match because we are just like overcommitting way too much to the Beast. I mean, it was already a hard point to win, but that was definitely not the decision to make. Definitely not. We need to get both decaps. So I need to get far. I need to go to the decap. Get the decap here. Oh my god, it's not possible. I don't see that being possible, to be honest. Yeah, it's not. Sadly, it was a close match. Was fun to play, but not winnable in this state. But you can't win all of them, I guess. You can't win all of them. Don't forget to like the videos, guys. We can all help with the algorithm. Yes, that's a good point. You know, I don't need your financial support if you just watch my videos consistently. I'm also very happy. That's enough to be a full-time content creator. Of course, any donations, any support is very appreciated. I want to mention it, of course, as well. But it's not necessary. Just watching my YouTube video, maybe commenting, maybe leaving a like, stuff like that helps a lot. And of course, that goes for Twitch as well. Just watching my stream if you're online, if you want to see and talk about stuff, that helps a lot. That's the most important part. Nice, we want this. Like, let's get some stuff. What do we want here? I guess some mystic coins is probably the best thing. Let's get 60 mystic coins. And let's probably get some gold. 90 gold. Okay, let's take that. And there we go. Yeah, that's how you make like 100 gold in a second or something like that. 90 gold plus 6. Oh, that's even more, like 150 gold or something. Nice. Very good. You see, that's like Wizard's Vault in a nutshell. Yeah. You get so much stuff from just like playing the dailies, weeklies and stuff. It's amazing. So, and just a few more spirit shards, 11 more and 4 more mystic clovers, and we are there. That's crazy. You heard it right, guys. September is still up for 20 hours. That's nice. Good point, Likely. Good point. Good point. Regarding the expansion sale, which expansions do you recommend? So it depends what kind of player you are. If you are someone that wants to play different builds and a lot of different elite specs, then definitely the Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire, End of Dragons, so the older 3 expansions are way more worth it for you because they provide more content and they provide more elite specs. If you are someone that wants to play all the meta builds, it might be way more worth it for you to get actually the weapons, for example with Soto or the spear with Chantevalds, because they provide you the tools to run a specific elite spec that you might, for example, already have unlocked because you bought Heart of Thorns. You want to run the meta build, for example, for Chronomancer. Then you need a spear if you want to run this. So that means that you want to have Chantevalds for that build, and you don't care about End of Dragons to get that one for unlocking the Virtuoso. So there are different kinds of arguments for all of them, but in the end, I have to say, all of them will give something. So there is not something where I can say, never buy this expansion, because there is always a feature bound to the expansion. It makes sense, that's how they make money. That is somewhat worthwhile getting. So I personally would say the most important one of the newer ones is Soto for me, because it unlocks the weapon that you can use for example, for the rifle from Mesmer as a support weapon. You can unlock the pistols for Guardian as a Condi weapon. They are really build defining to some extent. And you can also unlock, for example, the longbow, which you normally can only use on Dragon Hunter. If you have the Soto expansion and the specific story step done, you can get the longbow and use it on a Willbender if you wanted to. Stuff like that is way more flexible than getting another elite spec if you only play a specific elite spec. That much said. But I would say if you like content, then of course the 3 older expansions provide you with more maps, with your more story. If you want to have the most newest expansions, then Chance Wilds and Soto give you a little bit more, I don't know, recent additions to the game. Doesn't mean it's necessarily better, but it's also worth considering. And you can also get the Sky Scale and the Warclaw from the newer expansions. So there is arguments for all of them. And of course, if you like housing, also I might say that's like very niche, or not niche, but it's something that is very subjective. If you like that housing feature and want to decorate a lot, then of course Chance Wilds is a must. Would you say Guild Wars 2 is harder to make a living off of? Would you be doing other MMOs or other games? So if I would have like let's say 10 years ago, played another MMO or another game and was like consistently playing it for 10 years and then started doing a YouTube channel, just as I did with Guild Wars 2, I would say it's probably more likely that I will be able to live from that than from Guild Wars 2. Why is that? Because Guild Wars 2 is probably like in the top 5 most played MMOs. Yeah, I think that's a fact. But the problem is the community, for whatever reason, is not really engaging that much outside of the game. So if you look at WoW, Final Fantasy, those games have huge communities on Twitch, on YouTube, and all the social media. If you look at Guild Wars 2, they still have a big community there, but it's way less big than you would expect for a size of a game like that. So in Guild Wars 2, it's like a lot of the players are just playing the game. They don't care about YouTube videos about it or care about Twitch streams and stuff like that. So yes, it's way harder to make a living from Guild Wars 2. It's possible if you put a lot of effort in, I think. That's why I'm trying it. But if it doesn't work out, we will see what I will do then. That's just the goal there. Yeah, I guess they make a lot of money from selling the bikini armor in the gem store. That's a good point there. So it's a good point. Yeah, I think Guild Wars 2 is like a very casual game, which means a lot of players play the game only for the game. They don't care about getting better in the game by watching YouTube videos, going to Discords, or listening to other people stream. A lot of the players are just playing the game for a lot of like casual things. And that doesn't really mean you engage a lot outside of the game. It's not bad, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that makes the game way harder to actually make the content creation scene come alive, because you obviously need viewers. If no one is interested in viewing you make content about the game, then you cannot make a living from it. You can still make the content, but it is not like as lucrative, so to say. It's probably because it's super casual MMO, exactly. On its cause, they don't bother engaging outside of the game, exactly. And I think that's completely fine. I think the game is very good in its niche, what it wants to do. I think it's an amazing game even for hardcore players. PvP and the hard PvE fights are really cool, even for hardcore players. And I think the same goes for World vs. World. But it's definitely not the big part of the audience. It's straight up, it's not the case. So let's see what we will get here. Yeah, we will not change class anyway, so let's don't care. Let's just play Reaper all the time. Why did you take Necromancer to PvP instead of Mesmer? So Mesmer in PvP right now, in my opinion, is I don't like the builds that much. You can either play Spear Mirage as a full DPS build, or you can play a Spear Virtuoso, or you can play a Support Chronomancer. Those three options you have typically for damage build or for builds in ranked. And all three of them, I think, are not my strength. I don't like to play a build that is like insanely squishy and just burst the target without having any defensive. It's not my playstyle, so that's why Mirage is not my favorite pick, and the other two are just not as good as Reaper in my opinion to carry. So I just picked the class that is the most likely that I will get wins with while also having fun. That's like the whole reason. Because after all, I want to push through the PvP with more wins. You get more reward track progress via this pip system. So I just want to win as much as possible to get all the Mystic Clovers, all the stuff unlocked. That's really the goal there. Also, there's barely any incentives to get better. Most story instances are literally unfailable. Metas are 1-1-1 simulators, and so are most strikes and some raids even at this point. Why would I go to SC to get better if that's the content I engage with, especially if the chrono will carry me anyway? Yeah, I think Guild Wars 2 has the niche of even the instance content, where you normally would say a player needs to improve in Final Fantasy or World of Warcraft, where you have a lot of raids, strike missions, or raids and dungeons they are called there, and trials or whatever. Those incentivize you to slowly like improve your rotation or learn how to get better at the game to actually be able to clear the bosses. In Guild Wars 2, if you do Dacta every single week, that doesn't make you a better player. You can clear that boss by just understanding, oh, blue bar means I have to CC. And that's probably not even like necessary for most people. It's like in Guild Wars 2, it's like very, very like instances are either very easy or as soon as they get hard, that's it. They will not get very hard, or there is no middle ground between easy and very hard. It's almost no middle ground. So either players stick in this easy ground or they will push to harder content. That's it. There is almost no middle ground. And that's a problem in the design of Guild Wars 2. And that leads to being a very casual game, or the other way around, whatever. There are arguments for both sides. Either way, the game is what it is. I think it will not change in that regard. I don't have any illusions about that. So I just enjoy and embrace it, I guess, at this point. Must be the type of player who attracts to Guild Wars 2. That's the reason for smaller social media community. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. We just have a 3 cap at this point. What? We just won a fight and now we have a 3 cap. And I think the match is over now if the enemy team is... Oh, they are trapping. That's probably the big problem here. Never use the trap. That is not a good thing to do. This is a bait. Never use the trap on this map. It will not win the fights for you. It can, but it's better to just play the game. You will probably in the long run get way more value from winning the fights normally. What's going on here? Why say only about 3 builds to play in PvP when you have at least 7 on Mesmer? You don't play out of meta builds? I think in PvP, I made a video about that recently. I don't know if you watched it, but it's about like how Guild Wars 2 is not necessarily a game where like off-meta builds are somewhat like still playable. I think in PvE, I think the problem is off-meta builds in Guild Wars 2. Even if you're playing at a like rather low level in PvP, they are fun. But as soon as you fight a player that is similar skill to you and they use a meta build, you will lose straight up. An off-meta pick is in Guild Wars 2 PvP and World vs. World specifically. They are just straight up worse than a lot of meta picks. And the meta, in my opinion, is quite flexible. Yeah, the meta is not like 2 builds only. But, and that's the important part here, it's not a thing that I would say is the strength of Guild Wars 2, to have like insane amount of different builds that are viable. That is just straight up, in my opinion, especially in competitive modes, not true. There are a lot of builds that you can play and they can work, but they are definitely not as good as you would like say this is like enough to make me win these matches. So I'd rather play an A or S tier build here in ranked and have some fun and win matches while having like not a most like what can I say, off meta pick, but still look at this. I'm like winning a 1v3 with this build. I guess that's good enough. But yeah, I wouldn't say Reaper is like the best ranked build. It's just a good one, and that's why I can win those matches. I mean, this match was anyway over, but still. Hope that makes sense. Yeah, glad you liked the video. Glad you liked the video. I tried my best there, you. I think that's a cool topic to make a video about. I'm wanting to buy an expansion bundle as I'm totally enjoying the free-to-play right now. What bundle do you recommend? They all seem good value. I think it depends how much money you have to spare. I personally would say if you want to get really deep in Guild Wars 2, all of them are really good, and so get the highest value bundle there for you. But if you cannot spare all the money, then go for probably the cheapest ones that you can get, because all of them are really good value, like I said. I personally would say if you can get the early expansions first, that's probably a lot of content already, and then you can get when the next sale happens, you can get the later expansions. That's what I would recommend if you can't spare all of the money. But like I said, all expansions have their value. All of them, even the newer ones, have really, really good additions to the game. So if you want to get the experience of the game in its fullest, then you would probably want to go for all of them at some point anyway. If you are bad in PvP, use the trap to bait some players to come to kill you. Help the team by not helping. Yeah, maybe you outsmarted the enemy there, but I would not recommend that. Maybe. What's a realistic time for farming the clovers for Generation 1 if you're not tryharding? If you're not tryharding at all, then it takes like weeks. Like at least like probably realistically like 2 months at least. If you tryharding like I do, then you can do it in a month. But it's definitely not something that goes fast. It's definitely probably the lowest thing, I would say, that the thing that takes the longest to get. Yeah. I got Baron playing only a very off-meta build. Yeah, I'm not saying, that's the important part. You don't misunderstand me here. I'm not saying that a meta build is necessary to get like top ranked. No, I'm just saying if you want to win matches, then it's better to play a ranked match, playing an absolute god tier build, like absolute best build, than playing an off-meta build. Because if I'm talking here specifically if you have a 1-on-1 against yourself, yeah? So exactly the same skill level as you, yeah, against someone that has exactly the same skill level, then the meta build will always win against the off-meta build. Yes, there are some niche builds that will not, like there are some counter builds, yes, of course, but if you have a really good meta build and you have a like decent off-meta pick, they will always, 100% of the time, the off-meta build will lose. That's what I mean. The meta is so rigid in Guild Wars 2, if the best build is currently the best build, they will always win against like 2-tier lower build, always, if you have the same skill. And that's a problem. That's what I meant. It should be more like rock, paper, scissors, that you have some builds that are really good against each other or whatever, and then you have something that makes it interesting. But that's just not how it works. Maybe we can get the rest here. Doesn't seem like it though. Yeah, I think we can. Nice, we got the rest here. That's good. Oh, that was a nasty Condi spike though. And they got down again. Oh my god. All my value for nothing. Oh. Now they will rally. I cannot get the rest from that. I have to disengage here a bit. Okay, they teleported on me. I guess that's good for me. I can go and get the interrupt here and get some. And they teleport again? Nope. Nice, we got this. I'm not sure I can't fight this. There's too many people here. Just want to get out of sight here for all the longbow users or shortbow users here. Oh my god, and then we have the fucking spirit on me as well. And the CC. Not looking good. Not looking too good here. Look at this. Dodge this. Dodge the auto attack. Yeah, that's how that goes, I guess. Yeah, it takes a while. It takes a while. You could gamble in the Mystic Toilet. That is true. You can do that as well. I wouldn't recommend it though. If you can get it another way, you will probably in the long run save the money by not spending the stuff in the Mystic Forge. I think that's the better way to do it. Although I did get like 40 clovers last night from doing that with materials I saved up. Not reliable at all though. Yeah, exactly. It's not the most reliable thing to get Mystic clovers. You can buy reward track boosters and spam Regions of Fury reward track. Yes, that is true. You can do that. And I think in general reward track boosters is very, very worthwhile to get. It's really good. And for specifically farming, it's a really good investment, I would say. Especially World vs. World, because it also can increase your experience gain. So you will just get more World vs. World experience on top of that. But of course, if you don't want to spend that or just do it passively, it's not a big problem either. Yeah, exactly. It looks like the Ranger will use the Longbow 4. Yeah, something like that. It looks like it, yeah. Yeah, I think the clovers, they will come with time. Don't stress too much. I think that's like one of the biggest mistakes you can make in Guild Wars 2 is like saying, I want the legendary now and I grind like insane to get them. And then you will burn out instantly when you have them. I know so many people that went like absolutely try hard, played Guild Wars 2 for like, I'm not joking, like 10 hours a day for like 3 months and had a lot of legendaries after that and then stopped playing the game. It's really like, don't burn out. Take the slow burn, enjoy the run and have fun. And at some point you will get the legendary, will get another one and just enjoy the ride. Always have something to do. If you like get everything all at once, just farm like crazy, at some point you will just like not have enjoy it anymore. That's really like, I think that's a big problem in Guild Wars 2. Yeah. Okay, let's do one more, then we will be rated. Let's see where we go. And let's check how many spirit shards we have. 10 more to go. Not bad, not bad. And we are also quite far with the stuff here, and then we get 7 more Mystic Clovers. I think maybe I will craft them anyway, we will see. We can craft some or get some from the vendor, But the important part is obviously 10 more spirit shards. That's the way to do it. Are Mirage and Virtuoso unbalanced this patch? They can burst one-shot in PvP and World vs. World. I would say they are top-tier picks, yes, but they're not unbalanced because they're also quite squishy. Virtuoso a little bit less than Mirage, but both of them are somewhat squishy. If you hit them without any invulnerability up, they die very, very fast. So I think they are good, very good picks as a DPS build, but you can counterplace it. So they are somewhat balanced, not absolutely busted, I would say. For people playing PvP World vs. World in 1 Clovers, I'd recommend Region of Terror. Yes, absolutely. But like I said, I think this is not it's an anomaly, and it's, in my opinion, some kind of bug. I think they will fix it. That's not like supposed to be like that. So don't like invest a lot of like long-term commitment to that, because there might be a fix coming up at some point. But for now, you can just farm it over and over. You will get 7 Mystic Clovers even from the repeatable reward track. But it will not stay like that. I'm pretty sure about that. It's crazy that they don't fix stuff like that, because in my opinion, that's like so absolutely clear that this is not intended. I don't know if they just don't know about it, but I'm talking about like every single stream almost about this, or if they are like just like we don't care. I have no clue. It's crazy. It's definitely the best one. It's definitely the best one for Mystic Clovers. Absolutely, I'm with you there. Just saying, I don't want to promote it if it's considered an exploit. I don't know what they consider an exploit, but either way, I say do it at your own risk. But I personally think it's in the game, so it's their fault, I guess, if they don't fix it. But I would say any 7 Mystic Clovers reward tag is good enough to go for in the beginning. Yeah, exactly. It invalidates all the other non-repeatable tracks because you can just farm the repeatable one over and over, but it's just weird. It's really weird. No, I think it should not be permanent. I think it is incentivized to get Mystic Clovers. If you want to get them fast, you should be forced to use the Mystic Forge. That might be a hot take, but I think Mystic Clovers is an item that is not time-gated, because you can get it as much as you want, but you have to invest money. If you want to get it the cheapest way possible, you will be patient. I think that is, in my opinion, something that is a very healthy balance. I think every single legendary should be done like that. That you can get it day one if you invest a lot of time, if you invest a lot of gold, or you can wait and be patient and get it for way cheaper. I think that is ideal. And I think the 7 Mystic Clovers on a repeatable reward track invalidates this whole thing. Because that means that you can farm PvP and World vs. World 24/7 to get the most amount of value for your time. That is not good. That is not good. But that is just my take on that. Since they might fix it, might as well get as many as you can get now. Yeah, definitely. Good point. Maybe they don't care because they dropped the Clover requirement for new legendaries to 38. Maybe you're right. I have no clue. I think either way, I think it's either push all of the repeated ones to 7 if they really wanted to do it, but not make one that is specifically the exception that has 7. That I think is not good. Yeah. Yeah, I think I totally agree. I think Clovers take way too long, but I think it's not good to make a specific reward track the only one that speeds it up. You know, that is my whole point. I think if they have one reward track that is better than all others, that is not healthy. I think if they say this whole process of getting Mystic Clovers is too long, that is a fair take, then make more Mystic Clovers in reward tracks, make more Mystic Clovers in PvE in general acquirable, but not make a single one that is like better than the others. I think that does not make any sense. That is the whole point that I'm making. Is it worth ignoring the starter kit and going for Gen 3s instead? If you like the look of it, yes. If you don't care about the look at all and want to like get the cheapest convenience legendary weapon, then Gen 1 is by far the better choice, especially with the universal starter kit where you can select all these legendaries there. I would personally say both of them are fine, both of them are rather cheap, but with the starter kit, the cheapest one is definitely Gen 1. But if you really like the look of a Gen 3, probably Gen 3 is still the way to go, yes. Yeah, but I think that's why I think the reward tracks in PvP in general, they should not be like too focused around the end stuff. That's the important part. I farmed on my main account, I'm not joking. I farmed the regions of Ethereal reward track, or however it's called. I found, for example, that like insane because I got some stuff out of the reward tracks during the reward track that I needed, that are account bound. Like for example, here I get bandit crests, I got geodes from Maguma Wastes. Stuff like that can be very worthwhile, even though if the end reward is shit. So I personally would say it depends heavily how you structure the reward tracks. So, but I get your point. I get your point. More like I don't want to deal with clovers. I mean, then it's fair. Then if you don't want that, then easily go for Gen 3s as well. It's like, obviously it's your choice. That's the important part. I think weapons are always something that is very like for the skin as well. Armor, trinkets, that's more for the convenience because they are either not as flashy or they are just very, very convenient. The weapons itself are always not the most convenient item because you might not even use this weapon on another class or another character. So I personally would say, if you don't like the specific weapon that you are going for because that's your first weapon, then probably choose one that you like the look of as well. Because otherwise you waste a lot of effort and time just for the convenience and you never use the skin of it. So I think it's better to double up and enjoy the skin and the convenience. But that's just my take, you know. Some people say, always go for Gen 1, it's way cheaper. Sure, whatever. Yes, I mean, in the long run, definitely that's the way to do it. You can sell the Gen 1 and then get the Gen 3 this way. But I would say ignoring the starter kit is almost not possible in my opinion, because the starter kit is something, in my opinion, that you can always use. I have on my main account like 3 or 4 legendary starter kits lying around, and I will not like delete them. I will just use them at some point. And that is something that you can do as well. Just purchase the starter kit and go for the Gen 3 and at a later point come back to the Gen 1 if you really wanted to. But of course, the smartest way, like people say here, if you really want to get Generation 3 weapon as fast as possible, you would craft the Gen 1, sell it, and get the materials for the Gen 3 and then craft it. That's probably the fastest way. But yeah. Would you agree with everyone saying it's better to sell your first legendary because the money you will get from it will finance a few more legendaries for you? It depends. It heavily depends. If you like are a player that plays a lot of different builds, a lot of different classes, then yes, for sure. If you are a player, I know players that have 50,000 account points, like achievement points, and play only Guardian. Only, yeah? If you only do that, then sure. Thanks for the ride, Silvari Reaper. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. We're just talking about like stuff about legendaries while playing some PvP. Welcome. I hope you had a nice stream. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for the raid. Really appreciate it. Yeah, but I think, like, personally, selling a legendary to jumpstart your account in like account value or value for like bank slot expansions, for like getting more ascended gear is definitely something that is worthwhile doing. But if you play only one character, maybe you play like for example, play support Guardian all the time, which uses stuff. Why not have the legendary weapon for that one? You know, why not? But that is just my take, yeah? That was a very nasty CC. Oh my god. I got like 2 kills out of that. Not bad, not bad. Hopefully we win this match, then we got 9-1. Hopefully I'm platinum with that. That would be like my goal. Let's see. Probably we will be rated in gold. Anyway, we will see. We will see. Yeah. I will enjoy my stream. Hopefully you can stick around over. But if you need to head off, it's also fine. Thanks for raiding. I will go for the cap now because no one went close. That's an interesting opener, but okay. I have a little bit over 1k hours, only play Power Reaper so far and still can't do the perfect rotation for fractals. I mean, that's completely fine, you know. 1k hours might seem a lot for comparing to other games, but if you look at other MMOs, 1k hours is not that much. And I think you can still always improve. You know, I played this game for like, I don't know, over 10k hours at this point, and I would say I still can improve, you know? That's the important part. I play a build, for example, like Power Virtuoso or like Healing Support Chronomancer. Those builds I play like a lot, you know? I don't know how many hours I played this, but that means not necessarily that I play them perfectly. Nice, we get the interrupt here, get some corrupt and get dodge here. Oh, they had the miss set, wasted my dodge there. Get another corrupt. Oh, no miss. Not good. I will just help out far. That's a really big stomp. Like 0? Okay. Crazy. Are there mods in Guild Wars 2 that allow you to see cooldowns on both weapons? No. this is not allowed. No, that is not true. You can use some additional like add-ons, like for example my mouse cursor contrast here addition, or you can use some add-ons that give you some more clarity, that's called as well, that you get some bigger boons or something, that you can have that, but you cannot use add-ons that actually help you see stuff that other players are not able to see, which would be cooldowns of your other weapons and stuff like that. If they notice that, they will instantly ban you for that. Guild Wars 2 terms of service are very strict there. As soon as you get an advantage over other players, you will get banned if they like find you. Yes. Yes, this will be very sweaty when I win this match for sure. I use for this specific mouse thing, you can type exclamation mark mouse. Thanks, Snowdrop. I'm using the Blishard add-on. Yes, just because I use it anyway, so I can just use that. If you don't want to install an add-on, you can just use the YOLO mouse setup. That's also working very well. I got my first legendary over 1k hours in the game. I always avoided making them. That is completely fair. You know, it's like Guild Wars 2 is a sandbox game. I know a lot of people that play the game how they like to play it. Oh my god, the transfer. My poor Condi mechanist. They got completely demolished by the Condi transfer. But yeah, it's definitely, everyone plays the game differently. Some people, like I do, go for a lot of legendaries. Some people never play. I know people that have almost as many hours as I and don't have any legendary because they don't care. That is completely fine as well. You know, legendaries is not the be all and end all. It's just one way to play the game in the long run. It's definitely not the only way. Where did the Mesmer go? There it is. I knew it. The interrupt. That's a lot of damage. Get another interrupt. Oh, the blind. The blind, my friend. That was nasty. Did you know that I will use that attack? Yeah, this guy's dead. Which crafting is worth maxing out first? If you are playing a Mesmer or like any light armor class, for example, I would go for tailoring and maybe like artificer. If you are going for like a heavy armor class, weaponsmith and armorsmith are good, so always the corresponding armor class. If you're medium armor class, I would go for leather worker and huntsman, but jeweler and chef I would not like put at the main thing. Chef can be quite worthwhile to do because it can allow you to craft ascended food, but there are a lot of things that you could craft and go for, but it's not crafting in Guild Wars 2 is not really like a top priority for me and for most players, I would say. That was a nasty stun. I have more hours but less legendaries than Sirma. Yeah, I mean, that happens, you know, that does not mean that you played the game wrong. Everyone plays the game like they want to play it, and some people just enjoy playing the game without having too much focused on getting gold, getting legendaries. You know, can invest a lot of gold in other stuff than legendaries, so do what you do, yeah. Do what you want to do and you will have fun, hopefully. Yeah, I mean, this is a really fun build. I mean, look at this, you know, I played today on stream like 7 matches or something, and I won like 6 of them. Yeah, it's a good build. It's a good build. Of course, I'm playing against new players. That's also quite unfair, or at least somewhat low-rated players. But it's a really good build. This guy will get interrupted now. Oh, the blind well. Oh, I would have such a nice CC chain for you, my friend. Dodge this. They wasted it. I can still use mine. Oh, they actually dodged it. Good player detected. Somewhat good player. Very good. Now they are still dead. It's a Power Reaper after all. Not a good build to fight against the Condi Reaper, to be honest. There we go. There's another one. Actually, they got 43 points already. They are actually pushing quite hard. Did not expect them to get that many points. Pot on me, please. No. I still don't have Chef. Yeah, I think there are some, like Chef and Jeweler can be very like unimportant to max out, but you can get Ascended gear, so I think the Chef is actually not a bad crafting profession to go for. I personally would recommend going for the ones that you have, like your character first. So if you are Engineer, you would go for Huntsman, probably I would say, and at least leather worker is more important to craft the armor there. But it's really like crafting professions in Guild Wars 2 are not like insanely important for the most part. For legendaries sometimes, but not necessarily for the other stuff. So where did we go? 9-1. Silver 3. That's insane. That's good. That's content. 9-1 and silver 3. That's content. I like it. I like it. That's good. We have a lot of like a big journey to push into like higher rating. That's really good. That means we get a lot of like not that good players. It's really fun. 9-1. I like it. I like it. Good one. Yeah, it makes sense, Amarazzo. It makes a lot of sense. You know, you don't have to go for all of them. You don't have to go for all legendaries. I'm using my classic Condi Reaper. Everyone is using that. Condi Reaper, Carrion Amulet, Reaper Relic, Staff, Scepter, Torch, Curses, Death Magic, and Reaper. That's just the classic build. Yep, Scribe is not the best thing to level. That much is for sure. Scribe is very expensive. It's somewhat of a niche profession. It doesn't provide that much. You can make some gold out of it. You can craft, for example, how is it called? Let's check. Thesis, I think. Yes, you can craft those theses. And for example, look at this. 35 gold. You can craft those there. You can make some profit there, but you have to level it first. So that is something that you can do and get some profit out of that. Yeah, Jeweler can be good for the daily craft, but in general usefulness, other than the gold that you get there, it's not very worth it. It's definitely not the best thing to do. There are other more useful things. And maybe we get like Jeweler 500 at some point. I got 2 more pieces for my last armor set. Then I will start runes and sigils, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Guild Wars is not about making your character better, but after you get full ascended, it's about making the player better. That's a really good one. That's a really good statement. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Good statement. I like it. And I will hopefully remember it and can tell that my dear viewers. Another spirit shard. So we made some big progress. We are still not completely done with it yet. But we are at 192. So 8 more spirit shards and 3 more mystic clovers. So that's very, very close to getting it. I think tomorrow we will be able to get it. I'm pretty sure. Very nice. I like it. I like it. Would a Vampire Harp build somehow be able to do a doable on a Reaper for World vs. World? You can play it with Staff and Blood and stuff, but it will just be a downgrade. It will straight up be a downgrade. It can work, yes, but it's definitely worse than the Harbinger. Yeah, crafting is quite useless nowadays. That is true, that is true. Yeah, and I think that's also the end of today's stream. I hope you enjoyed it. I will now head to bed. Thanks a lot for watching. And let's answer 2 more questions here. Why is Condi Reaper better than Power Reaper in PvP? Because you have more defenses while having more offensive on the top of that. It's just like always better. It's more defensive, more offensive, and it's just a better pick overall. Yeah. I have saved a lot of materials and stuff for legendaries, mostly from PvP, but I'm what to do with it, in what order. Don't worry, I mean, I will do a legendary guide very soon, so be sure to stay tuned for my videos there. We'll do that very soon. So have a nice evening. See you all around. Thanks a lot for watching. Thanks for all your support. And be sure to check out my YouTube channel. And don't forget, we have currently a sale going on. But in general, hope to see you in the next stream. Take care. See you around.